This is season 101, juniors of basketball eliminations. Off to the NCAA. Denver Paluyo coming in for the Raiders. Late violation, substitute free throw for Axel Mendoza. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Basket counts. Now the number 78, Denver Maluga, plays first 3 on breaks. Second foul on Perpetual. You free throws for shot clock. Shot ball. Possession for the Arellano. He's a out the corner, coming in for the Reds. Moments of Pigas coming in for Sean Bernard. There is a review on the last foul. All players, please proceed to the shaded area in front of your respective benches. Upon review, foul was accredited to unsportsmanlike foul on number 20, Michael Casella. His first. 2 free throws for everyone on the side. Substitutions for the junior office. 2 free throws for shot clock. Foul to number 0, Aaron Gonzalez. Hanging foul, number 37, North. His second, 2 on the junior office. Field free throws for Axel Mendoza. Late violation. Substitute free throw for Axel Mendoza. For shot drop. Foul number 14, John Ringo, his first one on the rings. 14 seconds on the shot clock. And Jermaine Sacco coming in for the Raiders. Bonus field for Hanson Lamar. Axel Mendoza in front of it. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Coming in for the Pushing down with number 37, Rodriguez. District Personal. Subdivisions for the Braves in the junior office. Timeout Arellano Braves. 21 seconds on the shot clock. Having fouled in number 27, Axel Mendoza. Lawrence Vegas coming in for the Bears. Two free throws for last quarter. Riding on the and the Arellano for Sports 180. Two free throws for last quarter. Pregame, coming in for the junior office. Bonus feature for wrestling. Holding down the number 61, Lawrence Williams, penalty. First down on Lawrence Williams. 2 free throws for Don Rosales. Pushing down the number 8 shot Franco, his third personal. 2 free throws for Don Rosales. Jim Corpus, coming in for Mrs. Gonzalez. He rebounds for excellent double. his first one on the junior office. That's good. I'm going for the junior office. Lawrence Fitness. You feel your eyes for everyone one time. Mandatory substitution for shot tackle. Track Arellano coming in for shot tackle. 2 on the rings. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Seconds on the shot clock. number 61, Lawrence Gillis. In second, 3 on the rings. Denver Malia coming in for the rings. 14 seconds on the shot clock. In second, 4 on the rings. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Third foul on Lawrence Gillis. Shot clock broken. Coming in for the rings. Two free throws for Vance at your mark. for Max Newell. 48 seconds on the shot clock. Now, number 5, Ezequiel Zamora, penalty. First foul on Ezequiel Zamora. 2 free throws for Arellano.
Sunday basketball at the Phil Oil Center here in San Juan City. And as we move closer to the play-in and quarterfinal situation of the tournament, things are about to get even more interesting here in season 101 of the NCAA. Starting us off, we have the University of Perpetual Health System Delta looking to get back on the win column as they take on the Arellano University Chiefs, who picked up a win against San Sebastian during their last outing. At mamaya at 2:30 p.m., the Letran Knights look to bounce back after a tough loss against the Benil Blazers as they take on the EAC Generals. We are live on GTV, simulcast on Heart of Asia. We'd like to remind everybody to follow and support our social media platforms. That's GMA Sports PH on X, Facebook, and Instagram for all of the highlights and exclusive interviews. At syempre, huge shoutout sa lahat ng ating mga kapusong nakatutok ngayon dito sa Pilipinas and all over the world via NCAA Philippines. Mabuhay Pilipinas, my name is Anton Rojas, working alongside NCAA champion and strength and conditioning coach, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio. Brother,
good Sunday. Ganda ng matchups natin. Of course, playoff implications, seeding implications. Let's get it on.
Yep, and the Perpetual Altas with a win today could solidify their spot as the #1 team entering the next phase of our tournament. Eto namang Arellano. Ang pinaglalabanan nila dito, Coach Hammer, is that opportunity to avoid the play-in scenario.
Yep. And again, mamaya babalikan natin yung mga seedings natin. But it's very important to carry wins going into our quarterfinals.
And of course, to complete our broadcast team to tell us the latest from both sides, she was able to speak to the coaches and the players. We will have Fatima Reyes, and Fatima will give us all of the updates when we get back to her in the first quarter. Pero sa ngayon, Coach Hammer, let's visualize or give everybody the scenarios dito sa ating team standings sa Group A at sa Group B.
And speaking of scenarios, itong team standings natin, if the Mancom had Dr. Strange as part of their think tank, ito yung gusto talaga nila. Walang clear path going into a championship. Everybody needs to get into their spot. Top 2 teams, again, will have a twice-to-beat advantage in the quarterfinals. Top 4 will play a best-of-3 championship, best-of-3 din. So, titignan natin ngayon, Arellano is at 4 and 6, their matchup with a top team. If they want to solidify their hold at that #3 position and not involve themselves in a play-in, they need to take care of business and win all of their games remaining. Perpetual naman, they want to take care of business as the #1 team going into the quarterfinals overall because they have that win against Anbeda, which is the #1 team on the opposite side of our standings.
And we're gonna talk about this in a bit. Perpetual losing to Mapua in the last game. Because of that loss, hindi pa sigurado na #1 sila entering the next phase as the team in Group A. So we take a look at what happened here, Perpetual and Arellano. This was the game that gave Perpetual that 4-0 start that matched the record when Scotty Thompson was still playing, Bright Akweti and Prince Eze.
Well, I did this game, and that second quarter run was really big. It was powered by their stops. They were able to get into their actions, and alam nila kung saan dadalhin yung bola. Nadadala nila kay Patrick Street at nabibigay nila kay Go Cruz kung saan sila very effective. So yun yung aantabayan na natin ngayon dahil second meeting nila, well, Timac Ongotan, who has been playing splendidly, be a disruptor defensively, which is he has been the whole season. But against Perpetual, medyo nagkaroon siya ng problema dahil he was in foul trouble.
This was a 20-piece though for Timac Ongotan. Could have been better if he avoided the foul trouble. So let's see what type of adjustments he will make today. But going back to what I was saying earlier, yung huling laban ng Perpetual at ng Mapua, had Perpetual won this game against the defending champions, they will have ended already the phase that we are in right now as the #1 team. But dahil nakapuhunan na sila, if they win today against Arellano, siguradong #1 na sila.
Yep, and ang gusto mo lang naman is you get that #1 seed for a twice-to-beat advantage because after the quarterfinals, all bets are off. Best of 3 yan. So you want to get that psychological advantage as the #1 team going forward. So okay yan para sa'yo.
So we're taking a look at the Perpetual statistics here. sa kanilang bakbakan against Mapua. This was the worst loss of Perpetual this season.
Yan ang kailangan nating lagyan ng box, yung 23 starter points, because they're the #1 scoring starting unit in the NCAA before this game. And still, right now, on average, they are the #1 scoring starting 5. But getting outscored by Mapua, with Clint Escamis having some sort of a slump-breaking performance, dahil sa akin, on my book, Clint Escamis is still having that solid season, it gives you a cause for pause. Ano yung ginawa ng Mapua to at least control the starters of Perpetual?
Especially going back to Clint, if you just look at it on the defensive side,
Oh, yeah.
he's been having a solid season because that's the emphasis on his play and energy this season. Now we talk about Arellano University. Big win against San Sebastian because San Sebastian was entering this game having won back-to-back. Ang Arellano naman, they stopped their 3-game losing skid.
Ganitong panalo yung gusto ni Coach Chico. Dahil kung titignan mo yung stats, they out-rebounded San Sebastian, who has the #1 rebounder in the league in Jonel De La Rama, and they converted on second chance points. That's +19. They're a scrappy squad that likes a lot of possessions, so that's a big check mark for Coach Chico.
I think we've discussed everything, so now let's turn it over to our Coliseum announcer para makilala ang mga starters ng Arellano at ng Perpetual.
Magandang tanghali mga kapuso mula sa Phil Oil Center, San Juan City. Ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. Live ngayon sa GTV at simulcast sa Heart of Asia, Worldwide GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com, NCAA Philippines website, YouTube, and Facebook. This is the first of our Sunday's doubleheader in Season 101 Seniors Basketball Eliminations of your NCAA. Let's first call out the starters of your Perpetual Help Altus. At guard number 9, Sean Orgo. At forward number 10, Patrick Sleep. The other forward number 14, John Aves. The other guard number 19, Mark Goho Cruz. And at center number 21, J. Rico Nunez. Your head coach is Olsen Racela. Check out now the starters of your Arellano Chiefs. At guard number 1, Timak Omagan. The other guard number 3, Ernest Geronimo.
Coach Olsen Racela sticking with the same starting 5 that he has gone with the entire season. The only coach doing that dito sa NCAA. And why not? It's been a very potent starting 5, as you mentioned. #1 scoring starting 5 before that last game. So now we take a look at the 5 of Coach Chico Manabat. He's got Ernje Geronimo, Timac Omotan, Basti Valencia, Maverick Vinoya, and Demetria, the man in the middle.
So a little bit more size for this starting 5 of Coach Chico Manabat. But for Coach Olsen naman, his starters have been the most potent starting group. They know their roles, and kasi disiplinadong team tong Perpetual. Kaya kailangan they are in their flow na consistency. They're consistent throughout the season, and they know where to go.
We are officially underway. Ernje Geronimo will start things off para sa Arellano. They have the first possession. Valencia kontra Sleet. Valencia binigay dito kay T-Mac coming off that 25-point outing. Nunez with the rebound. Here come the Altas. Orgo on the pull-up. Sean Orgo.
Wow! That's a good look to start off the game. Dalawang screen agad. It's called a double drag. Nandoon yung dalawang big man turning the elbow. And Sean Orgo, nadagdag yan sa laro niya yung pull-up from the elbows.
A Sean Orgo pull-up jumper to start the game. That was not in my bingo cards, but you never know what to expect here in the NCAA.
Well, just like his new tattoos on his legs. Yung downhill na yan, ang laking bagay niya nandun. Pagka nakaka-force ka ng numbers, tapos may screen na agad, kasi bumabackpedal yung depensa.
Etong atake ni T-Mac Ongotan, hindi na tayo nagugulat dyan. Alright, pasa muna natin kay Fatima Reyes.
Anton and Coach Hammer, do you believe in the saying that the best view comes after the hardest climb? Well, the Perpetual Altas are holding on to that because after their back-to-back losses, they see this tough stretch as a setback and will only make reaching their goal even worth it. And even though they're disappointed, alam daw ni Coach Olsen ang isa sa mga rason kaya sila kinapos at yun daw ang human nature na complacency. That's why in this game, Coach O told me that they will play humble, knowing that they haven't proved anything yet and will surely double their effort to climb back to the get the best view once again. Anton and Coach Hammer.
Well, I'm one for a good view. Just not much of a mountain climber.
I am not a mountain climber. Mountain trekker, pwede. But the last time I went up a mountain was when I was in, what, first year high school for camping?
Was that Mount Makiling?
Oo, Boy Scouts, Brad.
As we see Valencia go up for an under-goal stab.
And this is where naman Basti Valencia, ako personally, this is I think he's the most potent. Pagka tumatakbo siya, kumukuha ng mga quick baskets instead of just playing a two-man game. Kasi ang laki niya na wing eh. Tas
Meanwhile,
mabilis.
Sleet missing on a turnaround. Eto na si Geronimo. RJ Geronimo, no foul called. And Sleet takes it away. Big boy rebound. Goho Cruz. And Demetria gets the stop. Ongotan aatake. T-Mac to the rack.
And T-Mac getting T-Mac calls. Kasi ever since he was part of the Arellano squad, ito, yung going back to that Basti Valencia basket, dito siya pinaka-potent pag tumatakbo lang, catch and finish, dahil 4 siya nung high school. But with T-Mac Ongotan, madiin na siya ever since he started playing in the NCAA. But when he started that, getting recognized as a better attacker, lalo pa niyang dinidiinan eh. So he gets a lot of free throws and he vastly improved his free throw shooting from year to year. From year to year, ang laki ng improvement niyan.
This year, shooting 73.3% from the charity stripe. And the broadcasters jinx in effect again early in this game. Sleet gets it inside to Jericho Nunez. Abis.
That was textbook triangle. Post entry, bigay mo sa low post, kakat yung dalawa, pipili yung big man na scorer. Pupunta ba sa taas o sa ilalim? Laging nasa back pocket yan ni Coach Olsen, of course, being part of that Tim Cone coaching tree.
Goho Cruz missing on an under-goal stab. Nakabawi si MGC.
Underrated din when it comes to second chance scoring itong si Mark Goho Cruz. Karamihan ng puntos niya, it's either galing sa pasa or galing sa hustle points.
Mark Goho Cruz averaging 3.5 rebounds per game. Orgo with the ball. Sleet. Buhat bantay pero Valencia with a stop. Goho Cruz was there.
Another second chance basket. And he's just a scrappy player that gets a lot of rebounds. Underrated siya dyan. Kasi ang ina-expect ng tao pag nakikita yung stats is he creates his own shot. No, he gets a lot of hustle points.
T-Mac. RJ missing at the rim. Oh, what a pass. Sleet on the attack. Sleet on the move.
Patrick Sleet.
Yan, big boy move. Pinalihikat sa dibdib. A clean attack there by Patrick Sleet.
8-5. This is the kind of start that Perpetual needs. Their two main scorers getting going, Sleet and Goho Cruz. T-Mac for 3. Good box out there. Orgo with a flip shot will head to the line for 2. And look at Goho Cruz just fight for the rebound.
This was another one. Nakita natin siya his growth as a player from the juniors ranks. He got into the Mythical 5 and it was the freshman Rookie of the Year because he provides a lot of rebounds, a lot of touches, yung mga little things na naibibigay niya sa kanyang team. Laking bagay.
Josh Alcantara, the only player to reach double digits in the loss against Mapua, is in very early. Coming in for MGC.
Heavily taped nose. He got hit last game. I don't know if it's a broken bridge. It's hard to play with the way that he plays pa. It's all about speed and just maneuvering through contact.
Another former Red Cub, Josh Alcantara.
Nakampi sila ni Basti Valencia.
Oh, Renzo Javiera, another aggressive Arellano chief. Abis throws it out. Alcantara, specialty of the house. A little bit too strong though. T-Mac. T-Mac on the attack, and he draws another foul.
So he knows how to angle his body and his height. So you see this skip pass to Abiera's downhill drive.
Javiera coming off a 20-point performance against San Sebastian, getting going early here in the first. He was the only player breathing life into the Perpetual Altas during that game against Mapua. It was hard to look at the stats dahil ito lang si Josh Alcantara naka-double digits sa laban na yun.
And only in 15 minutes. 50% from 3 through rebounds to assists. 10 points for Josh Alcantara. And we know that Mapua will pick up their game. Now it's the money rounds. They would pick up defensively. And the real Clint Escamis showed up.
And not just him, the entire squad pretty much did their part and starting to look like a championship roster.
That's the best thing about champions. When adversity hits, they show up. Yun talaga yan. And now, yun yung natetest with the Perpetual with back-to-back losses. Do they have that in themselves? That when the pressure is up, they have to perform? Let's go.
Perpetual losing against San Sebastian and then Mapua. So this is a test. Maganda naman sa Altas, nakapuhunan na sila. They were able to create some separation between themselves and Mapua. But that's why they're still number one. Abis. Orgo. Back to John. Abis from the elbow.
Going down into a zone itong Arellano and just passing east-west and then hitting that elbow for John Abis jumper.
Vinoya. Vinoya puts it up and then...
He always had that in him. Yung kaya magdala ng bola na big. It's downhill, nakaka-finish on flip shots.
Orgo gets it to Sleet. Orgo swings it to Alcantara. Abis. Sleet for three. Wow. Abiera was daring him to shoot that three, giving him so much space. Orgo to Abis. Abis naman ang susubok. And John Abis gets it to trickle in.
Wala nang pinupuntahan yung opensa nila doon. But again, ball movement, pinagagalaw mo yung zone. That's what you want to do if you're attacking them.
T-Mac for three, and he also gets the lucky bounce. Sleet cuts inside. Could not finish. And that's a foul on Orgo.
Well, trying to get a foul on contact si Patrick Sleet off that drive. How about this ball movement?
JP Morales.
There's that elbow jumper.
Coming in for the Altas.
And this right here was only the second made three of the season for John
Yuan
Abis.
Dahil down on the shot clock na rin, mababa na yung oras. Nowhere to go. You just have to let it fly. Nag-shooting din naman yan.
For Patrick
Malamang.
Maglupay checking in.
Smaller lineup for Perpetual. So ang magiging big na nila na traditional is si Abis sa ilalim nito.
Triple drained. Vinoya hits it from the corner. Maglupay. Orgo. Boral. Maglupay gets it to Alcantara. Boral hangs in the air and Boral draws a foul.
Good action, Anton. Importante yan pagka sa zona.
Naging
Yung
foul
mga cut.
Eric Cirillo coming in for the Altas.
Vinoya draining it.
Joseph Bernal coming in for the Chiefs. 2 free throws for JP Morales.
JP Boral at the 9 with 3 minutes and 22 seconds remaining here in the first. And Boral sinks the first. Steady free throw shooter. Boral is 80.7%. That's his percentage from the line.
That's very high. That is very high.
Jump ball. Possession for the Perpetual Altas. Anthony Bonameo coming in.
A.G. Borromeo checking in for the first time.
14 seconds on the shot clock.
Abis. Alcantara. Abis swings it. Maglupay. And Maglupay with a bailout call.
Hanging foul, number 4, CJ.
This is the third time that they settled in a zone, talking about Arellano. And then on the last second incursion, it's either you give up a foul or they give up a long three.
2 free throws for Ray Maglupay.
Maglupay sinks the free throw. Gamay. Abiera gets in the air. And Abiera grabs his own miss. CJ Libak will head to the line for 2.
So this type of game, as I mentioned kanina in our pregame, yung maraming possessions, tas maraming offensive rebounds, yan yung gustong laro ng Arellano.
And when we come back, Libak will shoot 2. This is our second deadlock of the game. This was one of the best games of the season for Arellano's top 2 scorers, Renzo Abiera and T-Mac Ongotan.
production coming from those two guys. 25 points for Ongotan, 20 for Abiera. And ang pinaka-importante ditong makita is yung willingness to shoot from the outside ni Abiera. Nandiyan dyan. But as long as he's shooting 30 to 35% made, okay ka dyan. Ongotan, consistently aatake at aatake. They performed way above their expected production. Helps them win.
So you saw that graphic. Abiera taking 10 attempts
As he should.
in one game, but for the whole season, he's taken 50. So,
Well, how many games did they play? 11. So at least 4.5 a game. So okay ka na dun kasi he's their best shooter. If you're looking at their roster, sila ni Mav Binoya ang inaasahan tumira sa labas. And si number 0, lefty.
Kabutahe.
Oo, Kabutahe. Android. Silang tatlo ang shooters nitong team na to. And he would only put pressure on the defense if he keeps on taking those shots.
And you would rather see him aggressive than bashful.
I have never seen him bashful in the NCAA. I have never seen Renzo Abiera turn down an open shot. Tama you know, in rhythm, in transition of the skip knockdown 3.
And it seems like more and more players are taking double-digit attempts from beyond the arc. Glenn Descamis in the last game took 10 attempts. We've seen Cyrus Cuenco take more than 10 attempts from beyond the arc multiple times this season. And Josh Moranejo, remember against San Beda, he was 5 for 7. And then in the next game, he was 0 for 2. You would rather see them aggressive.
Alam mo, Anton, it's a generational thing na. With the previous generations, it's bakbakin mo sa ilalim. Those are the times of the adukol. And then, perimeter players aatake. Ito yung mga Scottie Thompson, Robert Bolick. Ngayon, it's outside shooting, creating, playing in actions. Ganyan yung binibigay. Yung mid-range during our time, it's the three-pointer now.
Meanwhile, Yuan Kamay with a runner off the glass. Maglupay gets it to Casinillo. Back to Maglupay. Maglupay to LA. LA looking for a friend.
Hindi nakita wide open on that opposite side si Josh Alcantara. Mahirap din kasi napasa dahil nakadoble on that zone, naka-phone booth. Nilalagay nila sa phone booth. Pag napasa sa may kanto, dalawang tao sinasara. Ginagawa nila Superman yung pasa. Kaya nilalagay sa phone booth. Haven't seen that defense for a long time. Yung 2-3-2 trap to the corner.
Great effort by Hernal to come up with that steal. Hernal sinks the first. Second free throw coming up for Hernal. Too strong. A.G. Borromeo with a rebound. Abiera for 3. Abiera too strong. Abiera fires again. And Casinillo comes up with a board. Boral. Abiera comes up with a steal. Abiera takes off. And Abiera draws a foul.
And just putting pressure again. Downhill.
Locking down the number 91.
And here's that runner by Yuan Kamay.
Marco Cruz.
Tough shot. Off what?
Coming in for the office.
And watch how he draws the foul.
Free throws for Renzo Abiera.
Yung contact ni Boral on the takeoff, that was the one that was called for a foul. Like see, he won't turn down an open shot. We saw him in the sequence shoot 3 shots right away. 2 3-point attempts and then 1 in the fast break. If there's one thing that he has green light on, is to not turn down open shots.
2 for 5 now from the field today. Renzo Abiera. And Abiera sinks it from the line. Well, I'm seeing Coach Lucky San Juan. Coach Lucky San Juan right at the center of the Chiefs squad.
Oh.
Casinillo. Boral is able to score.
And that was a tough shot for JP Boral. With all the threes, getting that ball to trickle in despite all the contact. And how about this? Offensive rebound. Hirap yan, scoring in traffic.
Getting down in the trenches, JP Boral.
Bonus free throw for JP Boral.
6'4". One of the 3 captains for the Altas.
Pagka tinignan mo si Coach Lucky, no? Parang weightlifting coach. Yung dating niya. Dapat, tas puro tattoo pa eh.
Yeah, I remember Martin Javier said, parang rockstar yung dating.
Oh.
Musician.
One of the nicest guys and most fun conversations we have.
You can always check it out in our Game On podcast.
It's still up.
Bernal. Hand off to Borromeo. Kamay will pull up. Yuan Kamay for 3. Maglupay. Tulabot. Goho Cruz picks up the ball. That would have been a buzzer beater to end the first, but
the score 20-40 Perpetual Altas.
the Perpetual Altas find themselves in another dogfight as they trail the Arellano Chiefs 28-20. Mancom representative Mr. Frank Gusi of the University of Perpetual Health System Delta as Coach Olsen Racela and his squad try to get back to the win column and right the ship.
So, quick context nandun.
Yep.
Number 1 defensive team when it comes to limiting opponents, Perpetual. They try to limit you to under 67 points. They're number 1 when it comes to that. They win, gritty wins. Point differential nila, under 4 points. Yung lamang nila, every win nila, mababa sa 4 na puntos. Dikit lang yung mga laban. And the past 2 games, they are behind the 8 ball. Yun ang nangyayari. Ngayon, yung habol nila, dodoble sila ng dodoble ng effort defensively. So it accumulates. May konting pagod, but we know that they are a very disciplined team. When they go back to the things that they're supposed to do, tulad yan, yung paghanap ng mga libre. Magaling humanap ng libre itong Arellano eh.
Kamay for 3. Hernal. Oh! Pinahirapan pa yung sarili. AG Borromeo, another offensive rebound. I'm not sure what Hernal's mindset was underneath the basket. He went over to the other side, binomba pa.
Brad, nakakumit na siya eh. Tatlong tao yung nakapalibot, napatalon na siya. So, hindi na rin niya makita walang tao dun sa corner na pwedeng bailout. Pero nagawa nila ng paraan. They got another offensive rebound and a basket. So, good yun.
Patrick Sleet throws it out. LA Casinillo for 3.
And somebody that we're still waiting on to break out is LA Casinillo. Highly regarded guard coming to this Perpetual program.
Hernal for 3. Another offensive rebound by AG.
Tatlo na yan this quarter.
Oh,
Pang-apat pa.
this kid is just all over the place.
Holding foul.
That's his job. His job is to be the lockdown guy,
Mr.
extra
Personal.
possession guy, and whatever he adds on to their offensive production, okay yan.
Hernal was moving away from the rim towards the baseline when he stretched for that reverse.
Alahoy yung tira, bro.
Layton Benaventura.
But then,
Coming in
yung,
for CJ Lima.
yung pagharang niya sa Perpetual player, yun din yung dahilan kung ba't na libre itong si Kamay. Alright, makibalita muna tayo kay Fatima Reyes.
Anton, Coach Chico Manaba told me 3 words to win this game. Consistency, system, and team. First is consistency, which means he wants to see the same energy that they showed in their last game. Second is system. Nais daw ni Coach Chico na makitang isa ang tinatakbo ng kanyang kupunan at hindi kanya-kanya. And lastly, team, which simply means family, and that means to play for each other. Aside from that, Coach Chico shared that they have a goal today that they haven't done yet this season, and that is to win back-to-back. Now let's see if that goal will finally be met today. Anton and Coach Hammer.
That's right. They have not won back-to-back. They've had several opportunities, but unfortunately it hasn't happened. They hope they can do it today against the #1 team in Group A. Abiera, umaatake. Abiera, fadeaway, Sleet all over him. Hernal, there you go.
Joseph Hernal.
And 4th offensive rebound in this quarter for Arellano. And it's early. Just a little over 2 minutes ang nawala dito sa second quarter natin.
Sleet to Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz. Abis. Agaw na naman, pero may pito.
Na-chop sa braso.
Second foul, number 7, Matthew Luckett. Basti Valencia. Coming in for the Chiefs.
Cyril Hernal with the offensive rebound and put back
14 seconds on the
Basti
shot.
Valencia. Back on the floor for AU. Goho Cruz. Sleet. Abis. And Landit picks it up.
And a lot of point-blank misses now
Second
for
foul,
Perpetual.
John Abbas is
Ang
first.
hirap pa nun, pagka nagmimiti sila ng point-blank, crash boards. Lahat sila kumukuha ng rebound, nakaka-atake, nakakatakbo ang opensa nitong Arellano.
MJ Langit from Chicago is now in. Langit to Valencia. Valencia on the fadeaway.
Nice footwork by Basti Valencia. A tough shot.
Big man's got skills. Goho Cruz. Goho Cruz shoots for 3, short. If teams are going to play the zone on Perpetual, they've got to knock down those threes.
Tough shot. But good footwork. Not lifting that pivot foot.
Langit. Abiera. Abiera. Fade away. Renzo Abiera. The confidence is sky high right now for Arellano as they are up 36-23. Taking a look at some of the pretty faces inside the Phil Oil Center. very busy, very locked in. Just chilling on this Sunday. But what about the Arellano Chiefs? How about them Chiefs?
Good defense, fueling their offense. And they're knocking down shots. Remains to be seen if they can stay consistent. It helps that they are out-rebounding Perpetual. 7-2 in the second quarter, powered by offensive rebounding. Dahil if you get offensive rebounds, you provide more opportunities for cracks at the basket.
But right now, they're looking like, well, they clearly are the hungrier team as of the moment. Sleet on the move. Abis, binigay kay Orgo. Orgo to Abis. Oh, Nunez could not hold on to the basketball. Babalik ang bola sa Arellano. Langit. Buenaventura. Buenaventura. Oh, power move.
Letran Buenaventura.
A good move right there.
Leighton Buenaventura. Sleet. Goho Cruz on the move. Goho Cruz to Nunez. Nunez just creates space and gets that shot to fall.
Yan, kailangan yan pagka kalaban mo sumusuko na paint touches para mag-collapse yung depensa.
Offensive foul, number 7, Matthew Luckett.
Leighton Buenaventura. Elbow to the chest.
Eman Pizarro coming in for the offense.
I like it.
And then
Tit for tat.
Nunez, shoulder to the chest. Big boys banging. 13-point lead for Arellano. Orgo for 3. And Arellano really daring the Altas to take those long-range shots.
Hacking foul, number 7, Matthew Luckett. His third personal. Ernest Geronimo and Timang Pongkongan coming in for the Chiefs. Seconds on the shot clock.
5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining here in the first half. Orgo throws it out to Sleet. Sleet. Abis from the elbow. And T-Mac with the rebound.
And that's his, yan ang specialty ni T-Mac, rebound in traffic, despite his size.
T-Mac again navigates his way to the basket. Orgo picks it up. Perpetual is running. Sleet nabitawan ang bola. Goho Cruz. And Goho Cruz can't finish. Valencia. And that's a foul on Sleet. And you can see the frustration on the face of Sleet.
Gusto niyang i-bully up yung handoff. Babanggain mo yung screen, tatanggalin mo yung tao. Pwedeng gawin yun sa off-ball, Anton, eh. Babanggain mo para maalis siya dun sa pwesto kasi wala pang bola. Pero pag sinalubong mo, binangga mo na may bola kahit may ball screen, tatawagan talaga ng mga officials.
Geronimo. T-Mac for 3. Tulabot with the board. Sleet. Moral. Drop pass. Intercepted by Basti. Here comes T-Mac. Nakita ni T-Mac. 4 yung nakaharang. Pinull out muna. T-Mac. With Sleet on him. Double team comes. Doesn't matter. T-Mac Omotan.
Grabe yung kumpiyansa ng dalawang scorer nila. I was That's a tough shot. Double digits now for T-Mac.
Orgo. Sleet. Sidestep, throws it out. MGC. Oh, 3 in the key.
I think that was on Eman Pizarro.
3-second violation.
How about this? Attacking, spin.
Arellano coming in for the Chiefs.
Just being strong with the ball. Kasi meron pang blindside na tumulong para agawin yung bola.
The Bulan Blur from Sorsogon. 15-point lead for Arellano. T-Mac gets it. Ngayon si Alcantara na nakatao sa kanya. You know, when he's palming the ball, his confidence is just on another level as Leighton Buenaventura scores.
Good screen and roll action kahit na fumble. It's right there in scoring position for Buenaventura.
Arellano. What a start for the Chiefs.
Screen and roll, being disciplined, staying in those scoring positions.
2 free throws for Ray Maglupay.
Maglupay missing on the first free throw. Maglupay good on the second, and now Coach Chico Manabat wants to talk things over with 3 minutes and the second remaining here in the second period. NCAA Policy Board member Mr. Francisco Paulino Caico of Arellano University. You know, always present, always supportive, especially during the volleyball season. Yep. I don't think I've ever seen Arellano this good, at least in this season. Even guys like Leighton Buenaventura are making a significant impact.
Confidence coming off a win, and then they're just doing what they're supposed to do. Yan lang naman yun eh. Kailangan makinig ka sa coach mo. I-lay out naman nila yung game plan. Goaltending.
Basket interference. Basket's good for T-Mac Lopana.
T-Mac is a headache for any team to deal with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
12 points for T-Mac.
Ang pinakamahirap kasi kay T-Mac, yung motor niya, ang taas eh. Pagka wala kang player na kayang sumabay na ganun yung motor, yari ka eh. Kasi tatrabahuin ka niya. Kung di man siya makakuha ng isolation, kukuha ng rebound.
And that fumble right there, you know, just sums up what's happening to Perpetual right now. It's the fall off has been very steep. Alcantara from way out, and the ball goes back to Arellano. Coach Olsen Rosella and the Perpetual Altas searching desperately for answers. And you don't want to enter the next phase of the tournament playing sloppy. or not as sharp as you were during those 4-game winning streaks that they had. They've had 2 4-game winning streaks this season. Kabotahe in for the first time. Akop, spin move. Oh, beautiful move. Yun nga lang. Missing at the rim.
Yung momentum niya, dinala siya pa kanan. Ganda ng galaw.
Nagmintis. Casinillo asking for it. Tolabot. Gets pushed by Buenaventura.
Yan. Kailangan nila mag-post entry talaga dahil wala silang makuha sa labas. Ito muna yung P-hit. Ano ba yung balance niya kasi okay, he's going to his right. And nasobrahan yung pectus.
First foul on Buenaventura.
Off on the first free throw to Labot. Oh, wow. Missing on both. And that's another 80% free throw shooter.
Another foul here. On Buenaventura, naka-wall up na sila dun. Tsaka gusto ko ng rotation coach Chico ngayon. Ginagamit niya yung mga guys sa mid-size. Kasi sanay tayo na Hernal Dinoya, Libang. Pero meron siya dalawang 6'6 dyan na ginagamit niya interchangeably para at least maka-battle dito sa size ng front court ng Perpetual.
Still a long way to go, though.
Yup.
For Perpetual to try to climb back out of this hole. Boral takes the free throw. Urge. Geronimo gets it to Akop. T-Mac. T-Mac. Demetria. Shot clock violation. Dito mama sa ring yung bola.
Golden opportunity sana para kay Demetria. Good offensive rebound, but you have to commend this effort.
Casinillo. Pizarro. Geronimo picks it up. T-Mac on the break. T-Mac spins, T-Mac fades. And Boral gets the rebound. Perpetual has not scored in over 5 minutes from the field. Boral still can't end the drought. Oh!
Travel.
Traveling.
It's a lot of frustration now. And you don't like the body language ng Perpetual.
Renzo Viera coming in for the Chiefs.
Habang pataas ng pataas yung confidence na itong Arellano.
Marco Cruz.
Last shot time for them.
Abby's checking back in.
Coming in for the Alps.
Six remaining here in the second quarter. Geronimo. Casinillo taps it, and that will do it. The Arellano Chiefs with a 16-point advantage heading into the dugout. You're watching NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. Two of the top pep squads here at the Phil Oil Center, performing to the delight of the Arellanites and the Perpetualites. Even Coach Lucky San Juan, multiple-time champion coach, is here to see it. But of course, it's still the basketball season, and the Arellano big boys like Basti Valencia going to work. Look at the hustle. MGC and Perpetual had a good start, but after the midway point of that first quarter, Arellano started to pull away.
And a lot of turnovers for Perpetual. 9 turnovers, a lot of scrambles sa tapikan ng bola na na-convert into points ng Arellano. And their bench, Arellano's bench really stood out and took care of business when the starters was able to trade punch for punch with Perpetual.
And T-Mac Ongotan with a 12-point first half. 2 assists to go along with it. Renzo Abiera with 9. So, the Arellano's top 2 guys, Ongotan and Abiera, going to work. And it wasn't just them. Guys like Hernal, Yuan Kamay, Maverick Benoya, even Leighton Buenaventura getting into the mix.
It's providing enough of a lift. Yun na importante, yung second group mo, kaya, yung first group kaya makipag palitan ng job. Yung second group mo, kaya maging mas consistent kasi ang lakas ng Perpetual nandoon sa first group nila.
There you see,
Linggo kasi ngayon eh. Pang boxing tayo, bro. Linggo sanay tayo, boxing pinanonood eh.
Those tanghali din yun eh.
Oh,
yeah, 11:30 a.m. depending on how fast the fights go. Pag puro tulog, diretso na sa main event.
Ayan, pero di
So,
tayo
sa lunchtime.
Ayaw nito magpatulog ng maaga. Speaking of Perpetual, but points of turnovers, 11-0. That's the number that we're talking about. And a lot of those 11 points came in the paint dahil transition. So, yan lang yung kailangan i-limit dito. Dahil mas maraming ang turnovers, nako-convert pa. Isipin mo almost more than a point per turnover na nako-convert.
And that's Arellano basketball for you, as Perpetual still on a desperate search for answers. And you don't even see Goho Cruz and Patrick Sleet on here. And looking at them right now, they're working on their outside shots because that's what Arellano is giving them. Arellano daring Patrick and Mark to take more shots from the outside. We know that's, I mean, they can hit it, but it's not really their game.
Oo, dahil ngayon, sinuna sila buong first half. Buong first half, ha?
So very interesting to see what will happen here in the second half. As we greet all of our televiewers watching, we are live on GTV, simulcast on Heart of Asia. And of course, for all of the highlights and exclusive interviews, do follow at GMA Sports PH, and a huge shout out sa lahat ng mga nanonood, nakasubscribe, mga nagko-comment.
Meron.
Oo.
Tokyo, Japan.
Uy!
Live from the Deaf Olympics. Coach Kurt De Guzman, Coach Steve. Kasama si Abby Nuevo, Julius Esposo, and Brent Chavez representing the Philippines in the Deaf Olympics.
Gotta be cold out there in Tokyo right now.
I have no clue. I have no clue. I'm honest with that. You know me, I'm more of a North American guy than going to Asia.
Yeah, I remember you were bundled up when you were in Indiana.
Yeah. Ohio and Indiana during my internship years. Kaibigan, masyadong malamig para kay Coach Hammer.
Second half officially underway. Maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. Naton Ross together with Martin Antonio. And we also have Fatima Reyes at courtside. MGC starting things off with a shot off the glass.
A little bit more urgency para sa kanila.
Kamay. Waiting for the play to unfold. Perpetual guarding the Chiefs a little bit tighter to begin this third period. Nunez with a board. There's a stop for Perpetual. That's what they need. Orgo. Orgo on the pull-up. Sean Orgo.
There you go. Back-to-back baskets to start off the quarter.
6 points for Sean Orgo. Tongotan. Vinoya. Pinasa dito sa kanto. Basti for 3. And Perpetual gets back-to-back stops.
JP Boral.
There you go. Chipping away. And JP Boral checks in. Alright, makibalita muna tayo kay Fatima Reyes.
Anton, for a team desperate to regain momentum, the Perpetual Altas are not showing the intensity they needed to turn things around. And this echoes the disappointment of Coach Olsen inside the dugout, telling his team to stop being passive. Hindi raw ito ang kupunan na nanalo ng 8 beses this season. Kaya sigaw ni Coach O na magkaroon naman daw sila ng kumpiyansa dahil more than the technical, they have to be confident and to play harder. Huwag daw silang parang tulala lang dahil Coach O wants to see fire in their eyes. Last reminder from the dugout is to play with heart because they are just wasting their time if they will continue to play like this. Anton and Coach Hammer.
Yun na nga, parang nawala yung apoy sa mga mata netong Perpetual Altas. Again, this is a team that on 2 occasions this season won 4 straight games.
Para nabigyan ng isa sa bodega eh. Kagandahan lang yan, 12 rounds eh. So, kailangan, medyo kunin mo lang ulit yung rhythm mo. Kuha ka ng stops, baba mo yung lamang. And then, fourth quarter, winning time.
Kailangan Tyson Fury.
Floyd Mayweather ka lang. Pa-jab-jab ka lang. Puntusan lang ang laban. Hindi mo naman kailangan makipagbasagan ng mukha.
De, ibig sabihin yung natamaan ng solid.
Oo,
tapos
pero
nakakabangon.
pagpag lang. Kasi Mayweather, di tinatamaan eh.
Ongotan missing on that 3. Libang misses and Perpetual gets another stop. Goho Cruz to Sleet. Touchdown! There you go. Perpetual on a run. Here come the Altas. An 8-0 blast for Perpetual. Ongotan trying to stop the bleeding. Abiera. Kamay. And another stop. Perpetual with 4 straight stops to start the quarter.
That's the most important part. This is what fuels their attack, yung mga defensive stops nila. Yung offense, it will take care of itself. Kanina, napapabayaan nilang umatake yung Arellano. Ngayon, they're getting their stops, they're running in transition, and they're converting in transition.
This Arellano lead was as high as 18. Sleet. Goho Cruz. On the pull-up, Mark Goho Cruz! Off the glass on a Sunday.
10-0 run.
Arellano experiencing a dry spell. Geronimo on the pull-up. Ernj. But what about this pass and this shot by Mark Goho Cruz? Getting T-Mac off the ground and then backing it home. Goho Cruz with a steal. Goho Cruz! Mark Goho Cruz goes airborne. A 12-0 start. Timeout, Arellano. A 12-0 start by the #1 team in Group A. Goho Cruz Air Gojo finishes against Team Mac. MGC. Sheesh. Ten points for Goho Cruz. Still a lot of work to do though. They're still down by 4. But that 18-point advantage of Arellano has disappeared. Mongotan. Geronimo. Abiera. Can Perpetual get another stop? Finally, Arellano stops the bleeding. Bernal caught throwing an elbow.
Pushing foul, number 43, Joseph
3.5 minutes kinuha.
2 on the Chiefs.
To a more manageable lead. 3.5 minutes.
12 points during that stretch. Goho Cruz to Sleet. Sleet to Orgo. Orgo on a pull-up. Bernal with the board. Geronimo. Difficult shot. Orgo with the board. Orgo bounce pass to Abis. Abis fouled by Abiera.
Ito na yung tempo na hinahanap ni Coach Olsen.
Naging foul, number 12,
Clearly a foul right there.
2 free throws for John Evans.
No, but Perpetual's got to make their free throws.
Yep. Been missing.
They're 10 for 18 for this game. Jericho Nunez, nagpabalik sa ating laro. So you've got Nunez and Boral, along with MGC, Sleet, and Orgo. Bernal. Liba. Abiera from way out. Goho Cruz with the board.
Kung gaano ka swerte kanina in the first half. Parang may takip yung rim ngayon para sa Arellano. Di sila makakuha ng outside shot.
Sleet. Sleet. Bull rushes Kamay. Throws it out. MGC for 3. And Arellano boxing out the Perpetualites for that rebound. Orgo almost coming up with a steal.
Mamadali dito yung Arellano. Kaya pag mga ganyan, malaki yung lamang mo. Teka, organize. Kakampi mo eh. Kakampi mo yung oras eh. So, steady lang, okay. Or, pag mga nag-6-0 run, kailangan yung point guards mo. Ni-stabilize na yan.
Abiera. Abiera knocks down a 3. A much-needed basket for the Chiefs. Sleet on the attack. Sleet called for traveling. Talk about guts right in front of the Perpetual bench. 12 points for Abiera. Kamay. Abiera pulls up. Abiera taps it to his teammate. Kamay. Valencia. Valencia on the pull-up. Perpetual can't get the stops that they were getting to start this period. Arellano might re-establish their lead.
Yep, long rebounds for Arellano.
14 seconds on the shot clock.
Abiera, 8 on the shot clock. Hernal. Nunez. Sleet. Oh. Coho Cruz somehow makes a catch, but he steps on the baseline.
Yep, right at the end zone, but on a different sport. Good lead pass, stepping lang.
Coming in for the Chiefs.
2 taon na yan. Laban lang, Brad. 2 taon na yan, pre.
Abiera accelerates. Renzo Abiera is fouled by Goho Cruz.
Just putting more pressure on the defense of Goho Cruz. Not settling. Hindi siya na-in-love sa kakatira sa labas. Ina-atake din niya yung depensa ni Gojo.
The second three on the offense. 2 free throws for Renzo Abiera.
Abiera good on the first. Two for two for Renzo Abiera. Back to a 10-point lead for Arellano. Goho Cruz. Oh! Abiera, good anticipation. Ito yung sinasabi mo, Coach Hammer, when we started off this game na when you get behind the 8-ball, it's so hard to complete a comeback.
Yung habol ka ng habol. Tapos, makakakuha ka ng burst of energy eh. Basketball is a game of runs. Pero yung sustained run, hirap niyan eh.
Perpetual needs to develop the Papua-like resilience. Yung kahit tinatambakan, nakakabalik pa rin. Duremdes in for the first time. Boral. Oh, a sorry miss at the rim.
Pushing foul, number 12, Renzo Abiera. His second, 4 on the Chiefs. 2 free throws for JP Boral.
JP Boral good on the first. Three minutes and 19 seconds remaining here in the third. JP sinks both free throws. Kamay. Abiera. Vinoya. Vinoya fouled.
Taking the contact and just going to that basic progression ng rip move of a screen. Miss jump. Pagka tumalon ka talaga on that shot fake, alanganin ka makarecover.
Take a break. It is a 51-43 lead for Arellano. A sea of Perpetualites. A pretty sight for all of those who reside in Las Piñas. And of course, we'd like to give a huge shout out and greeting to Dr. Brigadier General Antonio Tamayo, the chairman of the board and CEO of the University of Perpetual Health System, Dalta. And hello as well to the president of the school, Dr. Anthony Tamayo. Kulang na lang si Boss Anton, Vice President for Sports and Athletics. Usually see him behind the bench. Right now, Perpetual trailing by 8. Vinoya missing on the first. Nunez. Casinillo. Alcantara. LA on the drive. Casinillo switching hands.
Tough shot. But that's another way to break that zone, is to attack it at the gut with penetration.
Kamay. On the move. Yuan Kamay missing. Vinoya. Missing. Kamay again. Abiera. Abiera. To Vinoya. Vinoya moves closer. Abiera. Quick release. Oh, those were 3 shots that the rim just spat out. Abis. Arellano with another chance to extend this lead after that Perpetual miss. Valencia. Valencia to the rack. Duremdes. Duremdes to Casinillo. Alcantara for 3. Too strong. Nunez with the rebound. Oh! Nunez could not give a proper pass.
Taking foul, number 14, John Alves, penalty.
So a lot of sorry misses for both squads, but the activity of Sai Hernal. Long arms, being active. Pag may ball ang kayang tapikin, tatapikin, hindi yung braso ang tatapikin.
2 free throws for Joseph Hernal.
Hernal good on the first. See the numbers of Cyril in this game across the board. T-Mac nagbabalik sa ating laro. Duremdes. Alcantara to Casinillo. Abis in the baseline. Nunez with the finish.
Good interior passing of a downhill drive. Yan ang importante. Paulit-ulit tayo rito na makakuha sila ng puntos sa ilalim para mas lumawag yung depensa sa labas.
Ongotan. Blocked by Alcantara. Ongotan. Hernal. Ongotan. That is light work for T-Mac Ongotan. Getting those rebounds and drawing fouls.
Number 21, Rico Nunez. his third personal. Two free throws for Team Up Okotan.
Against the much bigger John Avis, T-Mac grabs the ball, just wanting it more. Good on both. (55-47). Duremdes. Casinillo from the left wing. No. Duremdes throws it out. Alcantara for three. Wala pa rin. Perpetual struggling to find the bottom of the net from beyond the arc. They've only made 2 threes in this game. Omotan. Omotan looking for a foul, not called sa pagkakataon na yun, but his team still ahead, 55-47. They outscored Arellano 19-11 in that quarter. Talking about Perpetual, the lead of Arellano has been cut down to 8. Getting ready for the fourth quarter of this matchup between Perpetual and Arellano. Maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. Anton Ross together with Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio. And of course, we have Fatima Reyes with us at courtside as we see the quarter scoring. Perpetual finally won a quarter, outscoring Arellano 19-11 in that third period with a 12-0 start.
But that 8-point quarter, mabigat yun.
Omotan. Hernal. Oh! It's going to be 2 free throws for Hernal.
Just wanted to dunk that off that baseline cut. Good recognition din by Vinoya na nag-collapse yung defense.
Good on the first. Alright, makibalita muna tayo kay Fatima Reyes.
They didn't work hard in the first half to just give up the second half. This was a reminder of Coach Chico Madabat during the huddle. He reminded the Chiefs that they were able to have a good run because of their energy. Kaya naman kung may nais na makita ulit si Coach Chico, ito raw ay ang kanilang aggressiveness. In this last quarter, they must show that they're matured enough to be consistent, and Coach Chico challenged the team to show how hungry they are to get back-to-back wins. Now let's see how locked in they are to accept this challenge. Anton and Coach Hammer.
The aggressiveness and the hunger is indeed what has gotten Arellano to this point. It's just a matter of maintaining it enough to secure the win. They're going for back-to-back wins, something they aspire to experience or achieve dito sa season 101. They haven't done it yet. Sleet. Geronimo. Ongotan against Casinillo. Ongotan. RJ. Ongotan. Geronimo. Jumper. Boho Cruz gets it to Sleet. Sleet. Off the glass and in.
Catching Mavinoya unbalanced. Sprinting down, Patrick Sleet, ginamitan ulit ng katawan yung tira.
8 points in the game for Sleet. Vinoya. Borromeo. Ongotan for 3. And Perpetual gets a stop. But what a move right here by Patrick Sleet.
Saktong-sakto yung bangga niya kasi trail guy yung depensa niya. So tumatakbo pa, unbalanced. Pagka nabangga ng konti, makakakuha ng space. You don't need a lot of force. Di ba kailangan puwersahin talaga yung mga bangga? Ma-out of balance lang siya, okay ka na. May clear path ka na para maitira.
Orgo. Binigay dito kay Sleet. Sleet to Orgo. Boral skying high for that rebound but couldn't hold on to it. Geronimo calling the play. Handoff para kay T-Mac. Ongotan to Abiera. Abiera launches. Boral gets it to Orgo. Orgo throws it out. Boho Cruz to Sleet. Sleet pulls up for 3. Ongotan taking his time. Vinoya. Out to T-Mac. T-Mac for 3. T-Mac Ongotan. It's back to a double-digit lead now for Arellano.
Kailangan na kailangan nila yun para maging in rhythm lang ulit yung opensa nila kasi ilang packages na wala silang naitatakbo na nakakuha sila ng clean shot.
Boho Cruz back to Sleet. Sleet for 3. Can't get it to fall. Hernal. And Hernal draws a foul. That's going to be 2 free throws.
He's getting clobbered. Sai Hernal. Pero ito, yung kick out. Tough shot. Challenge.
What a game for T-Mac Ongotan. 17 points. 4 rebounds, 2 assists. In 20 minutes.
More importantly, yung depensa nila. Pagka nasa loob siya. Kasi, ano rin eh, talagang, well, league leader in steals, but more than that. You know, yung mga hustle touches, hindi nakikita sa scoreboard, playing the passing lanes, ang laking bagay kasi he leads his team eh. Yung effort niya affects everybody. And they're an effort team.
Pizarro, Pizarro draws a foul.
Ito rin si Pizarro in and out of the lineup for Coach Olsen last season. He was a very reliable third big guy para dito sa kanilang team. And right now, kinakapapa niya kung paano siya makakakuha ng mga touches. Kasi okay ito, marunong gumalaw to. So I think there's a cut on the chin of Patrick Sleet. And they're trying to see this and review. But I think it's an inadvertent contact from the attack ni Sai Hernal kanina when Sai was fouled. Inadvertent naman, tinamaan lang dahil malakas din yung atake ni Hernal.
All right, let's investigate. Let's try to see where that cut. Oh, wait a minute. They're not looking at the cut, I believe. They're looking at that swing of Hernal.
But yeah, above the shoulder.
Yeah. Nung na-fakean siya ni Eman.
Oh. Pero kasing talon rin niya paharap, yung sabay niya is trying to swipe for the ball. So, Pero kung nakatingin ako doon kay Sleet kasi dumudugo yung baba niya, he needs to be removed in the game pag hindi nila napatigil yan.
Oh, kanina pa yan. They've been putting that gauze on the chin of Patrick.
So it's not a deep cut na pwede lang lagyan ng sterile strip. Ayan, nalagyan nga ng sterile strip.
Alright, let's... Oh, there.
Ayan, doon siya tinamaan forearm to the extension. Humihingi na offensive foul, tinamaan siya sa baba.
Both Pep squads going at it as well. Perpetual and Arellano.
Rivalry game din yan.
Oh. Pizarro sinks in that free throw. RJ. Bernal. Geronimo. T-Mac. Air ball. Perpetual gets the stop. Goho Cruz. Inside pass to Boral. Goho Cruz hangs in the air.
That was a good conversion. Getting for their actions again. Pagka kalmado nila tinatakbo yung opensa nila, mas nakakakuha sila ng malilinis din na tira. Execution nila ba nun pagka ganito, Anton, yung mga tight games.
Renzo Abiera with an aerial maneuver. Orgo throws it out. Can Sleet hit one? Decides to give it to Abis. And Abis gets the lucky bounce.
Just patience here.
Lumipad.
Pasensya lang to eh. Ang dami na nabulag ni Zan Abis sa one-hand floater na yan.
Three-point play completed by Abis. RJ. T-Mac. Bernal. Back to Ongotan. Ongotan from the corner. T-Mac. Ongotan drains it.
So that's 20 for T-Mac. Back-to-back 20-piece.
Sleet. Orgo from the corner. Orgo. So that's going to be 2 free throws for Sean as Arellano's in the penalty. This is going to be huge.
Pakumpaw sa corner, tough shot for Timak Ongotan, but his confidence right now.
Four minutes and 32 seconds remaining for Perpetual to try to complete this comeback, or for Arellano to win back-to-back for the first time in season 101. Orgo good on that free throw. Six-point lead, that's what Arellano is protecting. Abiera has to shoot it. Valencia just in time.
It's a familiar move, as same as what he did in the first half, pivoting towards the middle naman to.
Orgo from the corner. No, Hernal with a rebound. Altas going back to a man-to-man. Hernal hands it off to T. Mac puts it up and in! 5 straight points for Arellano. The lead is back up to 10. T-Mac with a double deuce. Just when it seemed like Perpetual was going to go on a run and Arellano struggling to find a decent shot, Basti Valencia bails them out.
That was a much-needed basket. Talking about Arellano, big shots yung mga ganun, and Ongotan stepping up big time, 5 points out of the 7 na huli nilang na-score. Tsaka iba na yung tingin niya sa laro ngayon. Dati ratrat ng ratrat. Ngayon, he's steady. He's a little bit more calm. He has 18 shots in the game, shooting 33% from the field. But that's his job. Silang dalawa ni Abiera ngayon ang nagiging... They're really the focal point of their offense. And the moment that they attack and they hit their shots, maganda-ganda yung percentages ng kanilang team manalo.
Sleet. Wow, I'm not sure that was what they were looking for coming off the timeout. Boral, Sleet, offensive rebound. Goho Cruz, wild shot. And Valencia takes it away from Abyss. Oh boy. Ongotan has it. Ongotan from the parking lot. Sleet looking for Goho Cruz. What a catch and finish.
Good outlet pass.
Coach Olsen wanted the Altas to apply pressure, but they fall back now. Valencia. Time winding down. Valencia, can they bail them out again? Valencia. Oh! Sumobra. Too much sugar on that coffee.
Bawi lang. Bawi lang. Nakuha naman yung offensive rebound. Kailangan meron kang meron kang Dory Jean dito, short-term memory Pag namintes, di mo kailangan humintong maglaro nakabawi naman siya. He gets 2 free throws. So, short-term memory. Pag mintes.
Another chance for Valencia to bail Arellano out. And he sinks the first free throw.
Kailangan parang kang Abiera at saka Ongotan. Pag mintes, okay lang. Laro ka lang ng laro. Di mo na isipin. Next shot is the next shot. John Starks, Brad.
Two for two. Casinillo, Pinoy step.
LA Casimiro. Last two.
Going straight to fifth gear on that move. Time is not on Perpetual's side. RJ. Hernal. Valencia, nabitawan ng bola. T-Mac has to shoot. Oh, Casinillo could not hold on to it. Saying, though, that the ball bounced off an Arellano player's knee.
Hirap na tira nun. The variations of movements ng mga players. So hard to just attack full speed and then just do that deceleration. Ball fake, step through. Pero ina-ensayo na kasi nila yan
And we see attorney Rico Quicho in the background. Commissioner for NCAA season 101.
A 5-review ball possession for the Arellano Chiefs.
So a ball will stay with Arellano.
14 seconds on the shot clock.
Again, Arellano looking to win back-to-back games for the first time this season. Abiera on the pull-up. Oh, another possession gained for the Chiefs, courtesy of that rebound by Basti Valencia. T-Mac from way out. And that's going to be 2 free throws for Perpetual.
Holding foul.
Looking for the kill shot dito, yung Arellano Kita mo pa na yung haymaker yung binibitawan nila Pero pag yung ganyan, of course you're holding the ball. You have extra time. You wanna press for time. A little bit more, and then you roll the dice around 5 seconds in the shot clock.
Deontay Wilder.
Kill shot
Hinahanap
No.
2 free throws for John Alex.
This one's not over yet. Especially if,
pa niyan, a minute and 20.
especially if Perpetual gets a stop here. Abis has to make this free throw though.
So definitely pag na-shoot to, full court pressure.
Oh, he misses. And again, the ball ends up in the hands of Valencia, and Ongotan is
Officials timeout.
hurt.
And you could hear the
We will
thud
have
when he
a
fell
review.
down.
You see how heavily taped that left index finger is.
Well, di naman yung ginagamit yung kaliwa pang shoot Mukha na right-handed naman siya. Tingnan natin ano nangyari dito.
Yeah, he was still standing when his head flailed back.
Ang contact sa bewang gumalaw yung ulo. Baka ano lang, yung recoil na makita ulit yun. Kasi yung contact ni Patrick Seat sa katawan Pero ang hawak niya sa mukha. So,
And that's why the Perpetual coaching staff are saying that it's a flop. Tuloy tayo. Arellano
21
with a
seconds on the
7-point
shot
lead.
clock.
Geronimo. Dangerous pass. Urge to Vinoya. Oh, called for traveling.
Yep, double jump stop. Yeah.
Coach Olsen Rosella calls a
Timeout,
timeout.
Perpetual held on.
Stay tuned for the conclusion of this ball game between the Altas and the Chiefs. So after this, may dalawa pang laro ang Arellano University. That's why they still have a lot of chances to get that number 3 spot. Baka maiwasan yung play-in scenario.
Basta kunin mo lang lahat ng panalo pwede mong dalhin. Yan ang importante. Bayaan mo na yung mga ibang teams para hawak mo yung baraha mo. Talunin mo lahat. Yan ang kagandahan ng format natin yun. Yeah, you could win in the first round, but magkikita-kita ulit kayo. And if you're winning against your opponent, paakyat na paakyat yung team standings mo. Against them, hindi against other teams.
Sa LPU, crucial din yun. Sa Miyerkules.
Lahat ng
Shot
games
clock
crucial.
at 14 seconds.
Final regular season week.
But first, they have to get the dub here. Perpetual trying to come back. Abyss goes to Sneed. Oh! Mahina. Sobra. Pinura naman ni Ongotan. Boral for 3. Abyss finally gets the basket to fall. Plus the foul. A chance to cut it down to 4.
Third personal. Bonus free throw for John Abbott.
Abyss good on the free throw.
Timeout, Arellano Chiefs.
Arellano calls one of their last 2 timeouts with 45.2 seconds remaining. As we have been saying earlier, nakadalawang 4-game winning streak ngayong season itong Perpetual. And after this, they play LPU.
Pero, ayaw mo na may 3-game losing streak ka pagdating ng dulo. Tapos delikado pang kalaban ng LPU.
Coach Olsen Rosella and his team, they need a stop. Valencia gets it to Geronimo. Geronimo. Dangerous pass. And the foul on Sleet. A foul to give back. That was the foul to give.
Oh, ando dun. Pwede yung sundot eh.
17 seconds on the shot clock.
Valencia will throw the inbound pass, gets it to Geronimo. Geronimo to Valencia. Oh! Possession arrow pointing in favor of Perpetual. Hey, hey, hey! Things just got interesting. The plot has thickened. Sleet has the ball. Casinillo will shoot. LA! Casinillo for three. Perpetual is down by one.
And just like that, Anton, just like that, quick execution, 1 second differential shot clock and game clock. Down by one, 70 to 69. Time management. Saan mo gusto mag-inbound? Sa backcourt or on the sideline?
And the Perpetualites are going crazy. Arellano just called its final timeout. MGC finds LA Casinillo for the tray ball. And he cuts the Arellano lead down to one.
And that was a good ball screen action. And then the defense was sucked inside the paint. So yung pag-track ng bola, paghanap, strong side to the opposite side. Casinillo, extra pass by Gozo Cruz. Gandang hanap.
Big time basket by Casinillo. Casinillo today, 10 points. 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc.
And this might be the breakout game na kailangan niya dahil up and down din yung nilalaro niya and it would help their campaign going into that quarterfinals.
Hey, remember, there was a situation where Arellano had the ball against JRU. They failed to score. JRU went all the way back down
Sean Salvador
for that pana-panaan game winner.
Yeah, oh, yung transition basket, sprint down.
Now, your question earlier, saan ilalabas ng bola?
This is interesting,
Arellano.
Para kahit down the shot clock na lang sila tumira, they would only have a second differential.
Here we go. They're gonna start from the full length of the court.
Important not to be too aggressive to foul both teams in penalty.
Geronimo on the floor. Abiera, Ongotan, Kamay, and Valencia join him. Valencia. Oh!
Oh!
And Coach Olsen Rosella cannot believe it.
Oh! That was just getting. Oh!
Let's look closely.
Oh, that was just trying to contain that initial move. Oh!
That was huge right there. Gojo Cruz called for a foul as Valencia is in the pressure cooker. misses the first. Perpetual does not have a timeout.
So important is to get a good inbound and get into a quick hitter set. Or if you're going for a long setup job, is wala ka nang may iwan na oras dun sa game clock. Provided na masushoot.
No more timeouts remaining. Valencia on the second free throw. Valencia misses both. Boral. Time winding down. Arellano cannot foul. They are in the penalty. Bola na kay Sleet. They go to the post. To Abis. Abis misses. John Abis had the shot to win the game.
Hindi pa ito tapos, Anton. 7.6 seconds. Mahaba pa to. Mahaba pa to. Free throws pa. You can't get frustrated with a missed shot. Again, short-term memory. This was a good post entry by Patrick Sleet. You get a mismatch, size mismatch. You miss the shot. Too much time on the clock. Good presence of mind to foul. Kasi Casinillo taking it and fouling.
A sorry miss. If I ever saw one.
Okay lang. That was a good take. Mismatch. Geronimo, minadali lang yung tira. But again, you still have 7.6 seconds. Made or miss, Anton. Made or miss, you still have an opportunity to tie or get the lead if they miss one free throw.
Vinoya today 0 for 2 from the free throw line. And for the season, he's a 66.7% free throw shooter. What a game. And what a situation we are in right now.
Shooting two free throws is Bob Vinoya.
Again, no timeouts for Perpetual. Oh! Arellano has missed 3 straight free throws. 7.6 seconds remaining. Make or miss. Perpetual still has a chance. Vinoya 0 for 3 today from the free throw line. Vinoya misses. Ongotan couldn't hold on to the ball. Sleet has it. Sleet to Goho Cruz for the win. No! Arellano wins back-to-back games for the first time in NCAA season 101.
Perpetual had multiple opportunities to get that W, but Arellano holding on despite missing 4 crucial free throws in the end game.
And Coach Chico Manabat going over to Mark Goho Cruz. 3 straight losses now for the Perpetual Altas. T-Mac Ongotan, what a game. 22 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and the block. And the Arellano fans shouting, "Uwi ana!" Back-to-back wins. What a way to celebrate the weekend for Arellano. Back-to-back wins for AU. Uwian na sigawan ng mga Arellano fans dito. The students are happy with this development as they take down the #1 team in Group A, the Perpetual Altas, 70-69. What a win, and Team Acongotan leading the way with a 22-piece. We'll take a break, and hopefully we'll be able to speak to the winning coach, Coach Chico Manabat. Don't go away. It is back-to-back wins for the first time here in Season 101 of the NCAA for the Arellano University Chiefs. The final score, 70-69, as the Chiefs take down the #1 team in Group A, the Perpetual Altas. Anton Rojas kasama si Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio, and with us for the second consecutive time dito sa panel, Coach Chico Manabat. Coach Chico, good win, pero pinakaba pa kayo ng Perpetual sa dulo.
Oo nga, ito, pause na pause ako sa loob. Parang ako'y naglaro eh. Kung wala na rin akong boses o kakasigaw. Pero ang pinakamaganda dito, manalo nga.
Coach, first time na back-to-back ang nakuha ninyong panalo. 4 missed free throws, but a lot of crucial rebounds in that final 2 minutes. Coach, going to your timeouts, ano yung mga reminders ninyo? Especially nung second time na kumuha kayo ng timeout.
Actually, yung free throw na yan talagang minumulto kami lagi niyan eh. Siguro sa mga bata na yan ang niremind lang naman namin, lamang pa rin tayo. Kailangan box out or kahit na maliit tayo, pakita pa rin natin na gusto tayong manalo. And then yung preparation naman namin, natugma naman doon sa mga crucial time kasi yan yung piniprepara namin na free throws, 1 point lang lamang, 2 points lang, yun.
Coach, yung dynamic duo mo, gumawa na naman 45 points combined by Abiera and Ongotan against San Sebastian today. They combined for 38 points. How happy are you with the way Renzo and T-Mac have taken the cudgels para dito sa AU?
Ayun, naging consistent sila na. Na-unleash na namin si Abiera. Sana tuloy na rin silang maglaro ng ganyan. And we have 2 games left dun sa group namin. And nawa, makuha uli namin para at least magandang 3 sunod, 4 na sunod sana. nawa.
Coach, as we see your schedule, nabanggit nyo nga, 2 pang laro to. Pumipick up yung depensa ninyo. Nakikita kasi ng mga nanonood, yung dynamic duo, ang ganda na nilalaro. Back-to-back na 20 si Ongotan mahigit, si Abiera nagiging mas consistent. Pero coach, naging consistent ngayon yung depensa ninyo. How was it going through this preparation, lalong-lalo na yung mga makakatapat yung mga ka-groups ninyo?
Oh, yan Kasi yun yung susi namin, yung depensa na lang kulang man kami sa talent or height man, doon na lang kami bumabawi. Sabi ko naman sa kanila, yung system natin, defensively and offensively, yan yung dapat yung gawin natin para at least mga tamang mangyayari ang mangyayari kesa yung wala tayo sa alignment ng system natin.
Coach, para makuha yung 3rd place, kailangan yung manalo against LPU who are coming off a win also. Sa una ng pagharap ng Pirates, you guys won convincingly 92-65. Pero syempre, iba na yung laro ng Pirates ngayon. How can you duplicate that success sa pagharap nyo this coming Wednesday?
Actually, back to drawing board kami, yung scouting namin. Titignan din namin for the past 2 games nila, anong mga ginawa nila. And maganda naman din niraran nila. Siguro, titignan namin kung saan namin sila makukuha din. And then defensively, and then yung offense din namin, kailangan din i-upgrade din namin yung gusto namin gawin.
Coach, mas mahabang pahinga kasi sarado mo Legarda at saka Menjola para sa mga players mo this upcoming week. Coach, ano ba yung mga things that we need to look for as your keys to winning against the next 2 opponents? Dahil una, LPU, nakakakuha na rin sila ng buwelo at saka nabanggit nga ni Anton, Mapua pa.
Oo nga, yun nga, hindi kami aaso sa panalo ng iba, but yung 2 remaining games namin, ipanalo lang namin. And then tatrabahuin naman namin. Actually, walang pahinga rin kasi kailangan namin mag-ensayo din Kahit sarado yan.
Gagawa natin. Bukas naman daw yung LRT. Bukas yung LRT.
Yun na nga
Coach, one more thing before you greet everybody, napansin namin ni Coach Hammer, yung daughter mo, nakatingin sa stats.
Yes.
Tsaka tinuturo niya, nakita ko na on the left side, so field goal shooting ba o free throw shooting yung nakita?
Actually, ang sinabi niya sa akin, yung sa free throw nga. Tapos sabi niya, Daddy, naka 7 3 points ka. Kasi pag nakikita niya ako kapag nag-add din ako, so very yung sa tactical, naiintindihan niya kahit papano.
Galing, how old
Pero
is she ba,
sana,
Coach?
9 na siya Pero sabi ko, huwag ka magbabasketball, volleyball
Mana sa nanay.
Okay, sa kanya na lang.
Dindin is also here today, always supportive. Coach Chico, you can greet everybody watching right now.
Okay, lahat ng Arellano community, salamat sa panonood, sa family ng mga coaches ko, sa mga nandyan sa Nueva Ecija, sa Caloocan, ang mama ko sa Japan, Mama Kato, and Papa Kato. And then syempre yung sumusuporta sa aking wife ko, si Dindin, Chloe, and then lahat ng mga taong naniniwala sa programa ng Arellano. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. And the Kaiko family, maraming salamat po.
Well-deserved win for Coach Chico Manabat and Arellano
Thank
today,
you,
Coach
Anton.
Chico.
Right.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Hammer.
the time. Coach Chico Manabat here with us on the panel. Back-to-back wins. They're going for a 3rd straight win on Wednesday against LPU. Silipin natin ang endgame statistics. 14 turnovers by Perpetual. Coach Hammer, yes.
I bet dito, nakabilog dito yung free throws. Free throws ang importante dito kasi 4 dyan sa 13 Mintesos in the end game. very important, especially for a team that capitalizes on attacking and extra possessions, yung mga libreng tira na ganyan. So, I bet mag-e-extra na mag-e-extra si Coach Chico with the squad when it comes to their free throw shooting. Pero ito, big number din. Offensive rebounding. Dahil ang Perpetual, isa sa pinakamalakas offensive rebound na koponan. Titingnan natin ang stats on offensive rebound, second chance points. Hindi nga ganong karami na convert nila, but it's extra possessions. Field goal attempts, 72 to 64 plus 9 when it comes to field goal attempts ang Perpetual. Ang Arellano rather, over Perpetual.
Hey, we're not done yet. Coming up next, Titing Mananili and the Letran Knights trying to bounce back as they take on Nico Kinal and EAC.
Very good matchup. Now, this is where it counts. You have to beat teams in your grouping. Group B tayo ngayon. Mas dikit-dikit yung team standing kasi Letran still has a chance to take care of business and get that number 2 spot dahil medyo tabla-tabla sila dyan.
It was a tough loss for them against Benil the other day. So they're trying to climb back in it in Group B. Pero syempre, hindi basta-basta ibibigay yan ng EAC. Nandito na tayo sa sitwasyon na pag may bangga, ooh, get off me.
Get off me. Take a shrug it off. Shrug it off and let's go.
1-point game, 1-point win for Arellano. Marco Cruz had a similar shot to win it, but unfortunately, he did not convert, and Arellano comes out with the W. That does it for us in our first game. Thank you to our director, Abet Ramos, our courtside reporter, Fatima Reyes, my partner here on the panel, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio, and all of us from GMA Synergy. Ako po si Anton Rojas, nagsasabing maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. Coming up next, we have Letran and EAC. Don't go away. Magpapatuloy ang mainit na aksyon dito sa Season 101 ng NCAA.
Hindi tayo susuko. Bawat laro buong puso. Maganda ang bukas, it starts today. Kaya mo yan, batang NCAA. Ito na ang biggest game ng iyong buhay. Together we'll be flying high. This
make our way back inside the Philoil Center in San Juan, continuing our Sunday coverage November 16 in NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. And before proceeding to our second game today, this is the result of our first game, a nail-biter between Arellano and Perpetual. And it was Arellano hanging on for that important win in Group A. It was Renzo Abera who was the best player of the contest. That brings us to our second game today. Another marquee matchup here in the competition. The Letran Knights facing the EAC Generals in Group B action. Yan po ang tapatan natin dito sa ating ikalawang laban to end and close out our NCAA weekend and start the last week of the classification round. Mga kapuso, nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyong panonood ngayon. We are live on your television screens via GTV and on Heart of Asia. Online everywhere. You guys can find us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Just search for GMA Sports PH and via NCAA Philippines as well. Facebook, YouTube, and on Instagram. Hello po sa inyong lahat mga kapuso. Good afternoon! Thank you so much for watching NCAA Season 101. My name is Martin Javier for the second straight day. Kasama ko dito sa ating broadcast, former NCAA player, Renzo Navarro. Renzo, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Martin, and good afternoon sa lahat ng NCAA fans. This is going to be an exciting game.
Should be an exciting one. EAC, Letran. Magkaiba ng panggagalingan ng paglalabanan ngayong araw na to. But, you know, since we are entering the home stretch, kailangan na nilang makakuha ng mga panalo.
Oo, talagang kailangan mong makakuha ng maraming panalo na pwede mong makuha. Kasi syempre, pagkadating natin sa knockout, talagang ano na yan, wala nang record yan. Yung pinanggalingan nyo na lang ng panalo, yun yung paghuhugutan nyo.
But of course, we also have to know the stories of the coaches and players leading up to this game. Ang maghahatid niya ng ating courtside reporter. Returning for Season 101, again, this is Chantal Laude bringing us the news from the sidelines. Veterano na yan si Chantal, and we expect, of course, great stories mula dito sa magkabilang panig natin, of course, with the season that's been going on right now. Both teams, you know, faced adversity at least at one point in the competition. Pero bago natin himayin yung sitwasyon ng magkabilang panig natin, let's take a look at first our updated team standings. Perpetual, they have now lost 3 straight. 8-4 right now, still hanging on to the number 1 spot in Group A after that loss against Arellano earlier. Pero dito sa Group B, Renzo, ito yung standing ng EAC at Letran.
Oo, very heavy implications for this game kasi pwede pang humabol yung EAC, especially pag nakuha nila itong panalo na to against Letran. And for Letran naman, ayaw na nila na mapunta pa dun sa play-in situation na yan kasi delikado rin knockout game lang yan, isang game. So mas gugustuhin na nila na nandun na lang sila sa top 3 para mag-advance sa quarterfinals.
That's right. For the Letran Knights, last 2 games ng classification round, including this one for EAC, last 3. Okay, pero pag-usapan na natin yung dalawang teams natin dito and their first matchup of the season as we take a look at the players here. First matchup was way back October 11 in Mall of Asia Arena, and this is actually the streak buster for the Letran Knights after going down 0-3 in the season. Ito yung kanilang unang panalo kontra EAC pa.
Yun nga, no? Yung Letran Knights, mataas yung expectations natin dito sa team na to coming into the season. Pero nag-struggle nga sila. Pero yun, again, si EAC nung first round, doon nila nakuha yung unang pagkapanalo nila. They won by 4 points against EAC. Ang top performers natin dyan, ito si Deo Quahaw, si Kevin Santos with 23 points and 15 points respectively. Pero yung Titing Manalili na talagang nagdadala for this team with 12 points, 6 rebounds, and 13 assists. Talagang siya yung nagde-distribute ng bola, siya nagko-control ng pace para sa Letran.
That was the start of Letran's 5-game winning streak and also the start of Titing Manalili's double-digit assist games, di ba?
Oh, very impressive for a point guard and for a rookie point guard.
That's right. He is currently, of course, the assist leader in the league. On the other side, pag-usapan naman natin ang EAC Generals last time out against JRU. And natalo sila against the JRU Heavy Bombers. Again, both teams very resilient in that game. It was just decided by 3 points. Nakabawi sa kanila ang Heavy Bombers.
And this is a game na talagang maganda ang nilaro both teams. Very, very close. Nakita natin, 1 possession lang yung lamang. Tapos maayos naman maayos yung nilaro ng EAC with 18 assists, 14 fast break points. Hindi nga lang enough para makuha yung panalo nila against JRU.
And for EAC, the one who led the way was their starting point guard. Mamaya pag-uusapan natin yung performance niya, si Kyle Ochavo with 19 points and an early explosion in the first quarter for him as well. EAC trying to buy a win. They're trying to get back on the winning track here in NCAA Season 101. And it's gonna be against the mighty Letran Knights, who are also trying to find some wins this late in the competition. Panigurado po, magandang offering to. Coach Alan Ricardo on your screens. Getting ready for this matchup. Must-win situation already for Letran if they want a chance at a twice-to-beat when we go to the quarterfinals. For Coach Jerson Cabiltes naman, hinahabol nila. Gusto nilang mag-number 3 para wala naman sila masyadong iisipin pagdating natin ng playoffs. It's the Knights versus the Generals. Coming up next, let's turn it over to our Coliseum announcer to introduce the starters.
Magandang hapon mga kapuso. Mula sa Phil Oil Center, San Juan City. Ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101. Building Greatness. Live ngayon sa GTV. At simulcast sa Heart of Asia. Worldwide GMA News TV. At may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com, NCAA Philippines website, YouTube, and Facebook. We continue on with the elimination round and today's main game in Season 101 Seniors Basketball of your NCAA. Let's first meet the starting 5 of your Letran Knights. At guard number 1, Lords Gaman. At forward number 5, Luis Tapenio. The other guard number 13, Titeng Manalili. At center number 14, Aaron Buensalida. And the other guard number 77, Alex Gazengan. Your head coach is Alan Ricardo. Here now is the starting lineup of your EAC Generals. At guard number 8, EJ Castillo. At center number 12, Christian Noda. At forward number 81, Jude Bagay. The other guard number 88, Kyle Ochavo. And the other forward, number 91, Wilmar Octana. Your head coach is Gerson Cabiltes. Officiating is Postgame crew chief, Ray Yante. Umpire 1, Galmar Alaman. And umpire 2, Dennis Escaros. Alternate official, Romulo Buenavista. And our commissioner, Attorney Rico Quicho.
Time to meet the starters for both teams and a slight shakeup right here for Letran, deploying Lex Gazingan in the starting lineup alongside the usual suspects. Pati si Luis Tapeño nandyan din sa lineup ni Coach Alan Ricardo. Sa kabila naman, also a slight change for Coach Jerson Cabiltes. It's EJ Castillo starting today for the EAC Generals. Our 3 officials today. This is Ronaldo Yante, Delmar Alaman, and Dennis Escaros. Number 26, Referee Yante is our crew chief today. The Generals and the Knights battling on a Sunday. Here in the NCAA competition, ball is up and the game is underway. Thank you so much for watching NCAA on GTV and on Heart of Asia. Martin Javier, Renzo Navarro taking care of the broadcast and first crack at the basket for Letran. It's a nice pass for Titing Manalili, although Gamad was there in possession. Di nga lang niya nasa loob.
Hindi lang talaga pumasok yung pasa na yun, but that was a great look by Titing Manalili. And if you're the 2-guard, 3-guard nakakampi nito ni Titing Manalili, kailangan ready ka lagi sa mga biglaang pasa niya.
Renzo, parehong team natin galing sa pagkakatalo dito sa competition. The expectation is that may konting gigil sila coming in.
Well, of course, especially na papunta na tayo sa next round natin sa playoffs. talagang yung giggle, nandyan na yan eh. Yung sense of urgency, makikita na natin sa mga players natin.
Okay, now let's turn you over courtside for the first time in the game, and let's hear the report from Miss Chantal Laude. Chantal.
Magandang hapon, Martin and Enzo. It was a calm and confident Letran night that I witnessed prior to this game. In the words of head coach Alan Ricardo, expect a bounce-back win from them for today. Inabos nga raw ang kapanan sa huli nilang laban against the Benil Blazers, lalo na raw sa shooting. The team was there defensively, pero they also had multiple stops at nasusunod naman ang game plan niya. But humorously, he mentioned na may mga araw lang daw talaga. Kaya when I asked him about the scoreless Deo Quahao from that last game, alam daw niya na babawi today si Deo. I also got the chance to talk to Deo, and he wants to use this experience as an inspiration to be better dahil ayaw raw niya sayangin ang tiwala at playing time na ibinibigay sa kanya ng Letran. Yan muna, balik sa inyo.
Thanks, Chantal. That's one of the leaders of the Letran Knights, Deo Quahao. Again, a scoreless affair against the Benil Blazers. 0 out of 5 from the field, and napansin din natin yung dry spell ng Letran dun sa fourth quarter na yon. Dun sa laban against Benil, they only scored 8 points in that quarter. So expect the bounce back here from the White Shirts.
But the positive thing there is they only lost to a great team by 6 points. Tapos yung isa sa mga scorer mo in Deo Quahao, scoreless nung game na yon. So imagine kung nakuha pa ni Quahao yung usual numbers niya nun, I'm sure iba yung magiging resulta.
Meantime, Lex Gazingan, former Letran Squire, now flexing his wares here in the collegiate run, scores the basket. That's the first 2 points for the Knights. Scoring has been slow so far. Eto, off the inbound, opted to take the shot, and it went in.
Very confident shot for Gazingan, and I'm sure itong si Coach Allen is also trying other players out na rin eh, para pagdating ng playoffs, kailangan mo talaga yan, yung mga guys na hindi masyadong naglalaro pero magsi-step up for them in the playoffs.
Precisely. Para naman sa EAC, if they want to get to the next level, they have to unlock itong ang true potential ni EJ Castillo.
Oh, and I think kailangan talagang kailangan din ni Castillo na ma-realize na kung gaano kalaki yung role niya dito for EAC eh. Kasi rookie pa lang din naman talaga to si Castillo, pero yun niya, kailangan na talaga siya ng EAC Generals.
And it's taking him a while, naturally, to adjust to the competition, maybe the players, kasi iba na yung players dito sa college kumpara mo sa juniors, although maybe sa speed, syempre mabilis din naman sa juniors division. So, siya kasi more on ISO and hindi pa within the system yung mga tirang nakukuha niya. But once he figures things out, EAC is gonna be dangerous.
And yun nga, katulad nung sabi mo kanina na sanay talaga siya na ISO na one-on-one. Pero pagdating mo kasi ng college, lalo sa team nila ngayon, EAC, maraming veterans, maraming capable scorers na kailangan talaga niyang gumawa ng paraan para mag-fit in.
Okay, so bola ng EAC Generals, 2 apiece. In the first minute and a half of this game, Kylo Chavo paced EAC last time around with 19 markers against JRU. And in the first frame alone, Ochavo had 7 points. Oftana to the cutting Shanoda, who missed the layup. Manalili is on the move. Titing to the corner. Gamad left it short. And it goes back to the red shirts.
Well, that was a great pass again by Titing Manalili on the corner. Hindi nga lang pumasok yung 3 points. But that's what you love about Titing Manalili. He's really gonna look for his teammates. Talagang i-involve niya lahat ng players.
Although he just had 5 assists against Benilde, as Ochavo misfires. Si Manalili kasi, alam niya kung kailan siya papasa at kukunin yung mga tira niya. In this first quarter, he's been in passive mode. Gamad misses again. Here comes Ochavo. Ochavo feeding Castillo for the easy J.
And I think yun na yung pinaka-open na jumper na makukuha nito ni EJ Castillo in this afternoon.
First 2 points for EJ Castillo. who hasn't had the ideal first year with EAC. Of course, highly touted recruit from their juniors program as when Salida commits the offensive foul.
Well, hindi rin kasi talaga ganun kadali mag-adjust sa college level. As we see that jumper by Castillo, and yan talaga yung mga tira niya nung juniors pa lang siya. And I'm sure magagawa niya ng paraan yan na kung paano niya pa rin makuha yung same looks, same touches dito sa college.
Ito, second shot too strong for EJ. And he still has 4 more years, Renzo, to figure things out.
Malaki lang talaga yung expectations natin sa kanya. Kaya sinasabi natin to. Pero yun nga, 4 years pa siya. Matagal-tagal pa yung oras niya dito. Marami pa siyang papahirapan. Malaki pa yung pwede niyang i-improve sa game niya.
That's right. 4-2 in favor of EAC. Luis Tapeño. They go to Kazingan again. 5 to shoot. Manalili needs to take top of the key 3. No. Rebound ending up with EAC. Ito na. Si Kyle Ochavo. Ochavo to Castillo. EJ gets to his spot. Dalawa yung kumagat. Extra pass. Shanoda scores.
And that's something na talaga ma-appreciate mo naman kay EJ Castillo. No? Alam natin, nag-a-adjust pa siya. Naka-shoot siya kanina ng mid-range jumper, pero that time hindi niya pinilit. He went for that fake, nakakuha siya ng dalawang defender, tapos nag-extra pa siya kay Shanoda.
That was in flow for EJ. Letran susubukan bumawi. Tapeño on the post-up, fading away. Difficult shot taken by Tapeño. Ochavo ahead to Bagay, who had to track it down, and he puts it up and in. EAC with the burst to start the game. It's an early lead for the Generals. Forward pass, good court awareness by Ochavo, because Bagay was leaking out and he got the bucket over his defender. First time out of the game. We're back to the coverage. Jimboy Estrada, Titing Manalili, and our 2 players who led the way against the Pinoy Blazers. Kahit medyo nahirapan sila, Renzo, they were able to find ways to get their numbers.
And this is a game na si Titing Manalili really looked for his scoring 16 points, only 5 assists, 5 steals. And ito naman si Jimboy Estrada, 14.6 rebounds and 8 assists. That's a great game for those 2 guys, pero it wasn't enough to secure the win against CSB.
2 elite scorers and elite playmakers on the side of Letran. Meantime, there's a foul here. Ochavo. That's a tall order to guard Jonathan Manalili. EAC off to a fantastic start. Slight push by Titing. Erases Ochavo from the picture.
You're right, not? Ito si Titing Manalili is a tough cover for Ochavo, but he's done a great job so far. Itong si Titing Manalili already has 2 turnovers, pero ayun nga, kailangan ng palitan si Ochavo. Lucero coming in.
Kausap kanina pa yan ni Renzo. Aldeo Lucero just checked in the game. Oh, it's another turnover for Letran.
And that's the 3rd of Titing Manalili. So, yung coverage nitong EAC against him, napakaganda.
8-2 start. And again, EAC locking down defensively.
Oh, I think they really focused on Titing Manalili kasi lahat ng ginagawa ng Letran dumadaan dito kay Titing.
Mukhang matinding film session yung naganap para tignan yung tendencies ni Jonathan Manalili. And it's showing so far. Let's see if Manalili can overcome this. Oh, this time, it's another offensive foul on Buensalida.
So a lot of turnovers for Letran. Talaga even yung pagkuha nila ng posisyon, a little too aggressive.
Mark Omega.
Ito, Buensalida jostling for position with Shanoda. And Shanoda got the better of him in that sequence.
Oh, nauna kasi sa posisyon, he's fronting. Si Shanoda kasi nagpo-front. Tapos, it was a great job selling that call. As we see that jumper by Jude Bagay na very consistent din for EAC. Talagang siya yung pupuntahan ng EAC kapag wala nang makuha sa sets. Popost na lang si Bagay o one-on-one, nakakakuha sila ng puntos.
Jude Bagay was struggling in the first 3 quarters against JRU. Only came alive in the 4th. He scored 9 points in that quarter. So, another.
That's 6
turnover,
turnovers
yeah.
for Letran already. Kevin Santos had a shot. That was a good look for him, pero I think nakita niya si Omega dun sa ilalim na open. But Omega wasn't even looking.
Castillo from mid-range, it's good. Second basket for EJ. And he's off to a great start.
And those are the shots na magiging available talaga for EJ Castillo. Yung mga off-a-pass, off-executions. Kaya yun yung kailangan niyang ensayuhin.
12-2 lead for EAC. Gamad gets free for the layup.
And that's a great read by Gamad. Merong elevator screen doon sa may left wing. And I'm sure alam ng EAC yun. And anticipate nila kaya may wide open lane si Gamad.
Oftana could not make it. Pero ang ganda naman ng touch pass ng Lucero. Papunta kay Jude Bagay sa ilalim.
Doon mo rin makikita na veterano na itong si Lucero. Pwedeng-pwede niya kunin yung rebound pero alam na rin niya na open na si Bagay sa ilalim.
On the other side, Kevin Santos just took care of business. Too tall, too long for Letran's 3rd basket. They're down here in the first by 8. Welcome back to the coverage. Kylo Chavo, he went to work against JRU on both ends. Look at the pressure he put on Jake Garupil in that play. Nailed 4 3-pointers on his way to a season-high 19 points against the Heavy Bombers.
That's a great game for Kylo Chavo with 19 points, 4 out of 7 in the 3-point area, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals in just 24 minutes of action. And that's just a great game for him. Talagang ang specialty kasi ni Kylo Chavo talaga is yung pressure niya on defense. Pero pag nadagdagan niya pa ng offense na katulad doon, I think sobrang laking weapon yan for EAC.
And we know he's very much capable of getting his points. Okay din na scorer itong si Kyle. 14-6. Letran already in the penalty. So this is like a quicksand situation for Letran. They're turning the ball over and they're fouling a lot on the other side.
You're right. They already have 6 turnovers and 5 fouls. So this is not the start na gusto ng Letran, especially papunta na nga tayo sa playoffs. Kailangan na-fine-tune na yung mga laro nila, yung mga lineups nila, kung paano nila i-handle yung kalaban nila. And this is not a great start for them.
And EAC is taking full advantage. Jacob Shanoda knocking down the free throw to make it a 9-point lead for the Generals. Manalili scans the floor. He searches. He'll take it himself. Gamad for 3. Hits back iron. Bagsak si Omega sa ilalim. And ball stays with Letran. There's a foul on EAC side.
And again, I think that was a broken play again for Letran. After Manalili got the ball, he was expecting a ball screen pero walang dumating. And I think nagkakaroon din sila ng confusion offensively yung Letran early in the first quarter. Hindi talaga nila nararun yung mga gustong i-run ni Coach Allen.
Nakita mo yun sa mukha ni Manalili, ano? Na-expect niya yung balls, hindi dumating. Sabi niya parang, nasa na? Walang nag-rotate. Jimboy steps back for a jumper. In and out. Loristo, who just checked in, collects his first rebound. Here is Aldeo Lucero. Lucero. He has Omega on him. Here's the mismatch here. Balik sa labas. Lucero has the speed advantage, and he used that on his way to the cup.
Deo Lucero recognizing na si Omega, yung bantay niya, kaya alam niya mas mabilis siya. Kayang-kaya niyang kunin ng one-on-one kaya hiningi niya ulit kay Bagay yung bola.
Nawarningan si Lucero on a flop in that sequence. It's Kevin Santos against Bagay. Face up Jay. Omega offensive board. No basket, but there's a whistle first. See Lucero contesting the warning. As we see this play, he was the one who broke down the defense of Omega.
That was a quick move. Yun talaga yung yung kailangan mo lang gawin eh. Isang float lang, pagka-cross, wala na agad yung defender. That's how quick Deo Lucero is.
Deo Guajao is in the game for the first time. Manalili forcing his way in, and he gets the continuation.
And that's a strong move for Titing Manalili. During the start of the game, he was looking for his teammates, pero nakita niya rin na hindi makashoot yung mga teammates niya. That's why he went for that basket himself.
And he likes those matchups. Yung pag natatapat sa kanya, yung mas maliliit na guardia. Because, you know, he's 6'1", and that's a tall guard here in the NCAA, especially at the point spot. So pag tinatapatan siya ng mga mas maliliit na guardia, trip na trip niyang postehan, ano?
Napakalaking weapon for Letran, no? Sobrang daming options and sobrang daming pwedeng puntahan kapag si Titing Manalili nasa loob for Letran.
8-17 lead. Lucero. They flip it out to Omanda. Loristo tapping it outside. And EAC with a recycled 14. That is down to 10. Oh, Lucero going straight to the cup.
Deo Lucero loves to reject the ball screen. Almost every time talagang i-reject niya yan. Kaya as you see that layup, that answer by Jonathan Manalili. So yung matchup nito ni Lucero and Manalili, talagang yun yung nangyayari ngayon.
And Manalili working both ends. This time he gets the offensive foul on Loristo. Dito nakawala si Aldeo Lucero, blowing by Manalili. But Manalili, pinawian itong si Lucero sa kabila.
Napakagandang mindset for Titing Manalili, no? He really takes pride on his defense. Kaya pag nakuhaan mo siya sa depensa, babawiin niya yan agad sa opensa.
Nat Montecillo is in the ball game. Did much of his playmaking, of course, in season 100 as Estrada almost makes the difficult shot. Ito na si Brian Angeles, nakakapasok lang rin. Dribbles that one off his foot. 35 seconds left. Ito po sa ating opening frame. Angeles commits the turnover. So Montecillo, Omega now has the basketball. Jimboy, didiscarte. Estrada, Montecillo, topside three. Off to the right. Two players battling for position. And they're both down on the floor. Loristo, Omega, and the personal will be picked up by Jello Loristo.
It has been really physical down low. Parang every possession, merong bumabagsak dun sa shaded area.
And I think that's the game plan of EAC's front court. Kasi ang tatangkad at saka ito si Omega as a wide body. So there's a clear advantage in the front court for Letran. So for you to neutralize that, kailangan mo silang physicalin sa ilalim.
Actually, itong EAC maganda yung coverage nila sa big guys ng Letran so far. Hindi makakuha ng malinis na post up yung mga big man nila.
And MBO gets his point from the free throw line. So 11-19 is the tally. EJ Castillo re-enters the game for the final possession for the Generals. Lucero handles. Binigay kay EJ. Take over time here for Castillo. 2 to shoot. Fading away. Castillo, no. And that's it for the first quarter. Scoring has been a little bit slow in the first frame. 8-point advantage for EAC, 19-11. I'll be back for the rest of the first half after this break. Pregame representative of EAC, Dr. Lorenzo, is watching here alongside his son and enjoying NCAA weekend here inside Philoil. Kahapon din, nandito sila. Nanonood. Second quarter begins. Good to have you with us, Martin Javier, Renzo Navarro, taking you through this game between EAC and Letran. And not the ideal start if you are the Generals. Of course, you want to compound on this lead and you want to take advantage of this situation against one of the strongest teams in your group.
And again, I think itong Letran is trying out new things for them. Kaya medyo nagsistruggle talaga sila nung start ng game.
11-19 is how we will begin the second frame. Deo Cuajao drains the triple.
Deo Cuajao is such a legit scorer, and I'm sure yung struggle niya last game hindi pwedeng masundan ng isa pang struggle eh. Babawi at babawi si Cuajao.
5 quick point for Letran. Jimbo Estrada running the break. So just like that, in a snap, the lead is down to 3. Deo Cuajao, of course, was the top scorer of Letran in their first encounter with the Generals in MOA Arena. He scored 23 points. So this is the game where he can actually bounce back. Perfect scenario for him as we go back to our courtside reporter, Chantal Laude. Chantal, go ahead.
Martin, speaking of bounce back, EAC Generals is also looking to bounce back into this game. Isa nga lang raw ang gustong ipaalala ni head coach Jerson Cabiltes sa EAC Generals, and that is today's game is a must-win. Isa raw sa iniiwasan nila ay ang maging last seed because that will force them into play-ins. Having a good start into this matchup, the Generals seems like they responded effectively with the reminders of Coach Jerson to play a tougher game because they know that Letran has good scorers. Kailangan din daw nila bumawi with the rebounds because ito raw ang ikinatalo nila sa huli nilang laro against the GRE Heavy Bombers. So far, it's a good run for the Generals pero mahaba pang oras. Let's see if they can remain consistent. Martin and Enzo?
Maraming salamat, Chantal. I like the last word of that report, especially for Chantal Laude, or from Chantal Laude, as Angeles drains the triple. Consistency. Yun ang kailangan dito ng EAC Generals. You know, you get to a fast start, but you expect Letran to get their groove eventually.
Well, of course, alam naman natin kung ano yung kayang gawin itong Letran. Yung expectations natin sa kanila, yung players na meron sila. So see that jumper by Estrada. Alam mo na babalik at babalik sila kahit pa gaano kalaki yung ilamang mo sa kanila. So you have to be consistent and you have to maintain your game.
At eto na, ang Letran Knights cutting the lead down to 2. What a surge by Letran. Starting off the second frame on a 9-3 run. For EAC, again, as Chantal said and Coach Gerson said, they should treat this as a must-win situation because they can still crash the party in Group B. Kinal. Nico Kinal. Floater from the baseline is good.
And that's a great read by Nico Kinal. Alam niyang merong nakaabang na shot blocker sa ilalim eh. Kaya open na yung floater na yun na yung kinuha niyang tira.
That's one way to extinguish the fire for EAC. Jimboy, 10 on the 24. Santos from the right elbow. Nothing there. Ito na, si Ochavo. Angeles na libre. Santos secures the rebound. Back the other way we go. At Montecillo getting extended minutes here for Letran. Quahao puts it on the floor. Step back three. Hirap na tira mula kay Quahao, but there's a foul inside. Two players getting tangled up, and this is going to be against Omandak. This is a big three from Brian Aganes to put them in the scoring column here in the second frame. Pero si Jimboy Estrada, unti-unti na nakukuha yung rhythm niya.
What a crafty finish for Jimboy Estrada. That fake and yung step through. Talagang scorer itong si Estrada. Alam niya kung ano yung gagawin. Yung mga butas kaya niyang hanapin sa depensa.
Nadolit siya against Angeles. Step back three. His own version. No. EAC has the numbers, although that bounce pass was a little too strong for Kinal.
Well, I thought Brian Angeles was wide open on the left side of the floor, but itong si Ochavo opted to pass it to Kinal on the right side na medyo mahirap yung angle eh.
24-20. MDO off the spin. Nice move by Mark Denver Omega. And Letran has obtained momentum dito sa ating second quarter. They're just down by 2. Balik sa ating laban. Father Vic Calvo Jr. OP, of course, the Mancom representative of Colegio de San Juan de Letran, watching intently in our VIP area in Phil Loyal. This is a good post move coming from Mark Denver Omega, and we haven't seen this consistently from MDO kasi may mga laro na ang ganda ng tinatakbo niya. Pero mas marami yung napupunta agad siya sa foul trouble.
Well, I think itong Letran could always go to Mark Omega, especially sa laban na to. Kasi I don't think there's anyone in the EAC lineup that could cover him one-on-one. Especially on the post when he gets that deep. Automatic na kay Omega.
Wilmar Oftana, nagpakawala. Not gonna work. Letran has the numbers. Well, not anymore. So Jimboy will wait. Montecillo sets the table. Nat continues to scan. Jimboy with the shot clock down to 7. Guahao. Oh, that's nice D from EAC. 3 on the 24. And a couple of players coming in for the Generals. Castillo and Bagay.
3 seconds on the shot clock. 3 seconds to shoot.
So si Montecillo yung magpapasok ng bola. Guahao catch and shoot. Tapos.
And that's great defense for EAC. Yung previous play na yon, merong screen-to-screener action for Guahao. Libre na sana siya sa top of the key. But that was a great switch. On the weak side, itong si Ochavo recognizing na palabas si Guahao eh. So kailangan niyang at least man lang magpakita. And that time, effective.
It was ang ending contested 3 para kay Deo Guahao. 8 to shoot. Castillo penetrates and scores the lefty layup.
And this is the perfect time for Castillo to have a breakout game. Siyempre against Letran. And that move by Castillo, napakagandang tignan eh. Kasi hindi sobrang bilis, hindi sobrang fancy. Napakasimple lang, pero may sarili siyang pace kasi.
That Montecillo on the other side. Bottoms on the 3 for 5 points off the bench. But going back to EJ, is this the game that we've been waiting for from Mr. EJ Castillo? We'll find out. Jude Bagay step back. Letran has the numbers on the break. And Deo Guahao goes all the way.
That's a great Gortat screen by Mark Omega para ma-open itong si Deo Guahao.
27-26, Letran pulls ahead. This is their first lead of the game. EJ off the cross. No. Ito na. Ang Letran. Montecillo. Fantastic job off the bench for Nat. Wayward pass. Montecillo to the corner. EJ with active hands. And there's a foul. And an unsportsmanlike one called against Estrada.
I think because Jimboy didn't go for the ball, that yung foul na yun, I think sinundot niya yung sa katawan eh, hindi sa bola. That's why it was called an unsportsmanlike foul.
Ito yung bawian natin kanina, lefty. Layup for Castillo and the 3 from Montecillo. Wow, taking care of business. So Letran right now in the midst of an 11-4 run to take over the lead. Again, they trailed by as many as 11 points in the first quarter. 17-6 yung score natin nung first quarter. Hinabol ng Letran, but this is gonna hurt their cause. They confirmed the unsportsmanlike foul on Jimboy Estrada.
I think it was because of the foot.
Oh.
Parang in-extend ni Estrada yung foot to stop Castillo from running the break.
So Castillo proceeds to the free throw line for a couple of shots. Jimboy takes a rest.
But I want to go back to that run by Letran para makuha nila yung kalamangan against CAC. You have to give credit to Montecillo and Jimboy Estrada and Deo Guahao. Kasi nung pagpasok nila, doon nagkaroon ng magandang flow itong Letran. Especially yung pag-quarterback nito ni Montecillo. Very effective for them. Kaya sila nakakatch up sa laro na to.
They gave stability, especially defensively for the Letran Knights. They scored a lot of transition baskets when they were inside together. EJ from the top of the key. He knocks it down. Castillo is up to 10 points now in the first half.
And this is great for EJ Castillo na maging patient lang siya na dadating talaga yung bola sa kanya. Hahanapin siya ng mga teammates niya dahil veterano na rin tong mga kakampi niya eh. And alam naman nila lahat kung ano yung laro nito ni Castillo. Kaya hahanapin siya.
Super rookie. At least that's how he was described in the preseason. EJ Castillo showing up here in the first half. One of the leading scorers in our juniors division a few months ago as a member of the Brigadiers and the Mythical Five as well. Manalili sends it to the corner. Roque cashes in the triple.
That was a great pass by Titing Manalili against the zone of EAC. He really attacked the middle. Kaya nag-collapse yung buong zone and nakita niya si Roque sa corner.
And this is another dimension that Letran has with June Roque on the floor. Manalili with a lefty layup. Gorgeous move by Titing.
And ito yung sinasabi natin about kay Manalili na alam niya kung kailan papasa, alam niya kung kailan siya i-score.
Now he has the rhythm. Meantime, we have a timeout on the floor called by Letran. They're now ahead 32-30. We're back to our coverage. Jonathan Manalili. Look at the playmaking. Finding Roque at the corner and then in the play afterwards. Siya yung kumuha sa backcourt. Dinire-diretso nung Titing. And using the left hand for this gorgeous finish.
Well, Titing Manalili has this ability to get to the paint kahit ilang defenders pa yung dadaanan niya. Kaya yung defense talagang magko-collapse sa kanya. Kasi kaya niya talagang pumunta ng paint ng malalim. And he's such a good decision maker na alam niya kung kailan bukas yung tira niya. Alam kung kailan bukas yung teammates niya.
Again, playing it on a different level. In the collegiate ranks in NCAA, itong si Manalili Castillo. I just got info that the season high so far for EJ Castillo is 10 points. So he's already tied that in the first half right here. One dribble pull-up for June Roque. And he used the glass to get it to go in.
And this is very timely for Letran na makita natin yung healthy na June Roque. Talagang perfect timing papunta na ng playoffs tapos ready na si June Roque for Letran.
And on the other side, it's EJ Castillo drawing the foul. Ito, June Roque attacking the closeout. One dribble pull-up. Back is open on a Sunday, no problem. For the former Mythical 5 member. Pero si EJ Castillo has a chance to increase his output here. So, new season high for EJ in college. 11 points in the first half.
And this is a great scoring run for EJ Castillo so far with 11 points already. First half pa lang to.
And he takes care of both free throws. Ito na ang pagpapakilala ng EJ Castillo sa college basketball. 34-32 though. Letran is still ahead. Manalili against Castillo. Titing handles. And that's a foul on EJ.
But I love that gesture from EJ Castillo. Daring Manalili to attack him. And he was in front of Manalili, but he grabbed a little bit of his jersey. That's why he was called for a foul.
Two products of our juniors basketball in the NCAA. Kuahaw. Balik sa labas. Manalili. Shot clock winding down. And they will run out of time.
That was a great collapse from the helpers from EAC. Recognizing na aatake na naman si Manalili. So somebody really has to help out every time he attacks.
Here's Nico Kinal. Shanoda off the catch. Kinal is open for the 3. Too strong. Bagay. Uy. Missing from point blank. And here's Deo Guahao. Guahao. Manalili on top. Searches for an option. He crosses over against Bagay. Flip pass. No. Forward pass. Bagay all the way.
I think Manalili was expecting Mark Omega to roll to the basket para dun sa pasa na yun. And nung nakita rin kasi ni Mark Omega na naka-recover na ng maganda yung EAC kaya hindi niya tuloy yung rolls niya.
But that was good recovery from Jacob Shanoda on the landing. Pero ito, EJ getting the ball and quickly to Jude Bagay for the easy deuce. Ayan, tulungan lang naman yung Bagay at Manalili. Pero sa kabila, Mark Denver Omega is able to draw the foul. So, he's back at the free throw line. MDO. 12 minutes in the first half for Omega. And that's a lot already. He's doing a great job in preserving himself in this game to get him more playing time.
Well, I also want to give him credit for making sure na hindi babagsak itong si Shanoda ng delikado. Kasi pag fake niya, tumalon si Shanoda, sumabit sa kanya. Pero he made sure na maaalalayan niya si Shanoda.
That's right. Rhythm 3 is off for Castillo. He tracks it down. Second shot is off as well. Here comes Manalili. Titing is on the move. And he gets stopped. Manalili now feeding Santos underneath. Great execution by Letran. Final shot time for the Generals of Tana. Kaboom! The Generals end the first half with a 3. But how about the sequence we just had? Manalili with a no-look pass inside to Santos. And then EAC executing quickly to get a 3-point bomb to end the second frame. It's a 1-point game at the half. 38-37 in favor of Letran. We'll give you the numbers and the story of the first half and the performances ng mga cheerleading squads natin. Abangan nyo po yan sa pagbabalik ng NCAA Season 101. the half. It is a 1-point game between Letran and DAC. Good to have you with us. You guys are with Martin Javier, Renzo Navarro here in the coverage for some Group B action and the classification round. Again, we're heading to the final week. So each game, grabe na po yung importance. Pero balikan muna natin yung naging kwento sa ating first and second quarter. Let's go first to the early minutes here. Renzo, both teams off the bat struggled to score from the field, but eventually it was EAC who found their rhythm first.
Well, itong Letran to start the game, I think nag-mix na konting mix up dun sa starting lineup nila. They tried other players, they tried some sets na obviously hindi masyadong nag-work for them, kaya naging maganda yung start ng EAC. Talagang very aggressive, umpisa pa lang ng laro.
EAC was ahead 17-6 in that first quarter. And we ended the frame 19-11. Pati, etong si Aldeo Lucerio who checked in the second half of that first frame. Nagtrabaho din. Jonathan Manalili tried, as hard as he can to keep Letran in that one. And he was able to do it. Pero pagdating natin ng second quarter, Renzo, sino yung naging difference maker dito para sa Letran?
I think for Letran, itong si Montecillo, si Deo Cuao, and si Jimboy Estrada, they really brought in a lot of energy, a lot of aggressiveness, especially on the offensive end. Kaya talagang nakahabol yung Letran.
Letran finally got their groove. MDO, nagdagdag pa sa ilalim. That was his only field goal in the first half, pero it was really imposing inside. EJ Castillo, the revelation game for EJ with 12 in the first half.
And you have to commend EJ Castillo for being aggressive. Kahit buong season, nagsastruggle siya. Talagang yung kumpiyansa niya hindi nawala. And again, this is the perfect time for him to have that breakout game kasi napaka-importanteng laro to for EAC.
Already a season high for EJ. This is the no-look pass to end the second frame. Titing Manalili going to Kevin Santos, who was waiting for the blessing. And that leads us to our halftime numbers here, Renzo. Wow, the glaring number for me here is the 55% field goal shooting of the Letran Knights.
That's surprisingly high for the Letran Knights, given na grabe yung struggle nila nung umpisa. But that's very impressive for them. Pero ito yung nagiging problema nila. They already have 10 turnovers and they only have 7 assists. Yun yung tingin kong isang area na kailangan nilang i-control. But yung bench points nila, gaya ng sabi natin kanina, Jimboy Estrada, Wahaw, Montecillo, and even June Roque really provided the scoring for Letran.
For the Letran Knights, you mentioned that's rare, 7 assists and 16 field goals so far for Letran. Mababa yan, especially for their standards. As we take a look at now our leading scorers sa Letran, medyo kalat-kalat ang scoring. Manalili leading the way with 6 points and 3 assists. On the other side, we've been mentioning the breakout game so far of EJ Castillo with 12 in the first 20 minutes of action.
And we can see EJ Castillo really looking for his shots and talagang nagiging aggressive siya sa laro na to. And I think he just have to continue it. And itong buong EAC Generals just need to contain itong si Titing Manalili.
Second half is now underway. It's Letran and EAC facing off in our second game, our second offering on a Sunday. And EAC tightening the screws. First play, they get the steal. Lucero beating Bagay on the break.
And that's another turnover for Letran. And you can't commit a lot of turnovers against EAC kasi meron silang mga Deo Lucero, Jude Bagay na kapag nasimulan ng tumakbo, pag nakabuelo yan, malabo ka ng makahabol.
Kevin Santos could not answer. Here comes Castillo. Finding Bagay on the move, and he scores again.
And that's back-to-back baskets for Jude Bagay on the break. And ito yung hindi talaga pwedeng ma-afford ng Letran. They can't commit turnovers. They can't take bad shots na long rebound kasi ang bibilis tumakbo ng EAC Generals.
Tinatakbuhan nila itong Letran sa panimula ng ating third quarter. By the way, EJ Castillo already with 4 assists. Behind the back, wraparound pass. Manalili to Santos.
And that's a tough pass for Jonathan Manalili. ipit na siya nun eh. Talagang na-contain siya nung dalawang EAC Generals. Pero yun na pala yung nasa isip niya talaga.
It's just too good. Castillo. Nakapigan ni Estrada. And here comes Kevin Santos. They go back outside to Jonathan Manalili. Dating. Hinahanap si Omega. Uy, tumalikod yung Omega. Oh, Manalili with the counter steal. Quickly to Roque. Roque, the spin. And that's a technical foul against CAC because of the flop. Are they going to count the basket? We'll find out. Second infraction on Lucero. On this drive by Roque. Well, what do you think, Renzo?
Well, that was a hard hit by June Roque. And June Roque is a very wide,
strong,
wide body, strong na pangangatawan eh. So I think yung tumba ni Lucero na yun, I think hindi naman siya nag-fake eh. Tumama talaga ng malakas. Pero that was the second time na kasi na natawagan ng flop. So meron ding pwede ring isipin ng referee na baka nagpa-flop nga lang talaga. Dahil may warning na siya.
So technical free throw made. So basket counted for June Roque. As we go back courtside, nanggaling sa mga dugout natin ang ating courtside reporter na si Chantal Laude. Chantal?
Martin and Enzo, during the halftime huddle of the EAC Generals, Coach Gerson Cabiltes reminded the team that they have been saying that it's a must-win game, pero kulang pa raw ang pinapakita ng koponan. Ani nga niya, they led most of the first half, pero hinayaan daw nila na maka 20 points in the paint ang Letran Knights. Kaya naman ang gusto niyang makita for the second half is a more pressured defense and an effort to place Martyr. Before starting this first half, they were just down by 1 at gusto niyang ibalik na mga general ang kanilang momentum. Yan muna, balik sa inyo.
Thank you, Chantal. We're seeing much better performance from EAC from that second quarter. It looks like talagang tumatak sa kanila yung instructions ito ni Coach Gerson Cabiltes. They're clogging up the lane. They've forced Letran to turnovers early on here.
Well, yun talaga yung kailangan mo gawin against Letran. Hindi enough na magsa-start ka lang ng maganda, na dedepensa ka ng maganda isang quarter. Talagang kailangan ma-maintain mo hanggang dulo.
EJ Castillo breaks away. And he now has 14 points. The lob was too high. So another turnover for the Letran Knights.
You're right, and I think that's unforced. That's unforced turnover kasi wala namang depensa sa harap eh, si Titing Manalili, and they really have to avoid those kind of turnovers.
They forced the turnover on the other side, and Jimboy Estrada makes up for his mistake. For Letran, 15 turnovers in the game, 5 in the third quarter alone. EJ has the free lane, although he blew the layup. Estrada, no. There's a foul.
That was a wide open lane for EJ Castillo, but he saw Kevin Santos waiting for him and got a little intimidated.
This was the freer attempt by EJ Castillo. And then Letran with the counter steal, Jimboy for 2. Tapladayo, 45. Oh, another steal for EAC. EJ against Santos. Extra pass for Bagay. Wala. Talaga yung presence ng Santos. Intimidating. Castillo nails the short stab.
That was a great recovery for Kevin Santos, challenging that layup by Bagay. Pero wala nang ibang bumaba for Letran. Kaya nakuha ni Lucero yung offensive rebound and then assist for EJ Castillo.
Castillo continues his breakout game. Jimboy, oh! Separation. Everything but the shot. Oh, missed dunk by Santos. 2 highlights missed by Letran, and EJ takes care of business On the other end, he now has 18 points, and EAC increases their lead, 49-45. Let's check out the action here. EAC on a bit of a rampage here in the second half. EJ Castillo has 6 points in the third. Ito yung highlight na kailangan natin balikan. The erasure by Estrada on Shanoda, and then the missed dunk by Kevin Santos, leading to this Castillo layup. So EJ Castillo now has a career-high 18 points. And again, the breakout game. A game that we've been waiting for all season long has finally arrived for EJ Castillo. Jun Roque. Letran now find themselves down by 4 when Salida is back in the game. It's a shot clock violation on the Knights.
And that's 16 turnovers already for the Letran Knights.
Plus 1 pa.
Oh, that's 17.
Yeah. 7 in the third quarter alone. Shanoda on the roll.
That was a nice Spain action on the left side. Kaya libreng-libre yung roller eh. Kasi may palabas na shooter na nagbigay ng backpick.
Salida, mid-range J. In and out. And EAC has the luxury to slow down the clock. EJ has it. Guarded by Estrada. Castillo saw some space, and that one goes in for Castillo, who is now up to 20 points for the first time in his young NCAA collegiate career.
And Castillo just making it look easy. Lahat ng baskets niya parang komportable siyang makuha.
Oh, EJ with a pickpocket, and he's gone on the other side. 22 points now for EJ Castillo.
And he's doing it on the other side of the court as well. Defending Jimboy Estrada and forcing him into a turnover.
55-45. The lead ballooning again. Roque from his favorite spot. No problem for June. 10 puntos na para kay Roque.
That's a big shot for Roque, badly needed for them. But that's another layups for Deo Lucero, going through 3 defenders.
Manalili answers right back with his own lay. But EAC is in control in the third quarter. They're being led by their rookie, EJ Castillo, with 22 points so far. Timeout on the floor. Resuming our coverage inside Phil Oil. EAC is just executing right now, Renzo.
That was the Spain action I was talking about. That was a great back pick by Lucero and a great find by Drew Bagay. And this is just a great jumper for EJ Castillo. And yun yung mga spots na usually automatic na para sa kanya.
And again, this is another dimension now from EAC side because we haven't seen this all season long as we see Jun Roque knock down to 3 here to cut the lead down to 7. Ibang dynamic na to para sa EAC with EJ Castillo scoring in bunches.
And you're right, he's scoring a lot, and at the same time, he's guarding one of the best guards dito sa ating liga, and Jimboy Estrada. So he's up for the task, up for the challenge na ako yung i-score, ako rin yung dedepensa dun sa scorer ng kalaban.
That's right. He is taking this challenge head on as we see this foul on Jacob Shanoda. Nakaklip si Shanoda kay Estrada. 57-50. A chance for Letran to weather the storm. Wow, bone-crushing screen set by Buensalida. And he's gonna be called for the foul. Pangatlong offensive foul na yan ni Buensalida off an illegal screen.
And that's a good chase for Jude Bagay. Talagang kailangan mo lang mag-follow sa dinidepensahan mo kahit may screen. And talagang hahabulin ni Buensalida yan kapag nakita na nakakahabol si Bagay. Hahabulin niya yung screen kaya natawagan siya ng offensive foul doon.
EAC looks to take advantage of Tana. Had daylight. Nothing there. Hindi pa tumatama dito yung Wilmar. Isa pa lang dun sa end ng ating first half. Montecillo. They flip it out to Deo Cuaja, who is closely guarded by Castillo. Oh, counted! And the foul for Deo Cuaja and a chance for 4.
Deo Cuaja has been asking for that basketball, and as soon as he got it, went for his move, went deep in his back, step back, three-pointer plus the foul.
That's just a case of good defense, but a better offense from Deo Cuaja as he knocks down this triple and 1. Oh! Could not complete it though, but Cuaja now has 8 points and he has now hit 2 3-pointers.
But imagine Letran turning the ball over 19 times, but they're only down by 4. EAC has been, they've been playing very well on both ends of the floor, but itong Letran down by 4 lang.
Yeah, if you want to extract the positives from Letran's play today, 19 turnovers, you're right, but they are within striking distance. Kylo Chavo is back in the ballgame. Oh, look at the defense of Cuaja and Castillo. Hindi pinapahawak ng bola. Omandak sends it out. They swing to Bagay for 3. Tip in for Jello Loristo.
That was against 2 Letran guys. Jello Loristo tipping that ball in.
59-53. Montecillo. Dito na yung Montecillo. Tsaka Cuaja para sa Letran. MDO. Montecillo battling for that rebound. And they get another crack at it. 8 to shoot. Jimbo. No. Tip in. MDO.
And I think that's an action na pwedeng balik-balikan ng Letran kasi nag-work for them so far. Yung Spain action dun sa top of the key.
Ooh. Teka, may foul tayo dito. That's a little too close for comfort for Deo Cuaja as we see this sequence. Jello Loristo. Right over. You're right. 2 Letran rebounders. Brian Angeles coming in with 71 seconds left in our third quarter. The flip out. Kinal. No. Montecillo quickly to Estrada, lobbing it up, and Cuaja completes the alley-oop.
The lead is down to 2. And ito yung grupo na to. Ito yung pinakamaganda yung flow for this game.
Just like what we saw in the second quarter, this group is bringing Letran back in this. Jello Loristo with the end one.
What about Omandak?
The familiarity right here by the players. Montecillo, Estrada, Cuahaw. Pero ito si Omandak. Binura muna yung Santos bago ibaba kay Loristo.
That was a great pass to Loristo and great catch for him. And the finish, even if na-foul siya dun sa likod.
And Omandak actually had the shot already, but he opted for a better one. Jello Loristo, the former San Sebastian Stag, now General, could not complete the three-point play. Rebounding numbers natin, Letran with a 5-rebound advantage. Cuahaw surveys the floor. Estrada sends it out. Montecillo off the catch. Too much juice. Shot clock did not reset. Kevin Santos taking it straight to the hole.
And that's great recognition from your big man. Alam niya na paubos na yung oras, kaya dumiretso na siya sa basket.
3.4 remaining, and that's not a good foul for Jimboy because both teams are already in the penalty. But good recognition by Kevin Santos right here. Shot clock winding down, driving the basketball for a quick layup. 2 shots for Omandak. Jerlan Omandak. Nung nasa LPU siya, ang nickname niya daw, Oman. Tama ba? Sabi nila eh.
Si Oman.
Omandak. Kinuha lang doon sa last name. Di ba?
I was actually teammates with him.
Wow.
That was his rookie year, tapos final year ko na.
Final year mo na. Pero may 2 years pa daw siya eh. Dito sa NC. 2 for 2 for Omandak. Perfect from the line. Final 3.4 of the third. We'll see what Letran can do. Jimboy, Nat, quickly across. Almost, but not quite, as the third quarter comes to a close. And it's a tight contest at the end of 3 quarters. EAC still in front, 63-59. Should be an exciting finish ahead. Kaya wag po kayong alis. Welcome back to the coverage on a Sunday. Cutie camp tayo. So, Sunday, kaya medyo comfy clothes. Di ba? I don't know, Sunday, parang beach day lang dito sa Phil-Oil. But thank you for watching NCAA Season 101. Martin Javier with Renzo Navarro. Second offering of our Sunday coverage as we see the quarter scoring here. EAC took the third quarter, 26-21.
Oh, it's been a great game for EAC actually. Talagang maganda yung preparation nila for Letran. Ang ganda ng naging scout nila, especially dun sa first group ng Letran. Kaya for Letran, yung second group, yung talagang maganda yung flow, maganda yung nilalaro.
Ito, nagpapatuloy yan with Jimboy Estrada. Baseline jumper, cutting the lead down to just 2. He's up to 9 points now. The story of that third was the explosion of EJ Castillo, who scored 10 of his 22 points in that third quarter alone. Letran, though, will look to tie the game here. Matt Montecillo has done a phenomenal job at the point, coming off the bench. Deo Guajao against Kinal. They go to Santos. Jimboy off to the right. Nabiyayaan yung Nat Montecillo.
What about Montecillo? He's really doing everything for Letran right now. He's really setting up yung teammates niya. Talagang maganda. Sobrang stable niya lang. And even yung mga ganong opportunities, mga offensive rebounds, sa kanya pa rin napupunta.
The sixth deadlock of the game. And Letran has a chance to take back the lead. Guajao. Nagahanap yung Omega. They get it to him. Strength advantage for MDO here. There's a foul on the floor as he was trying to defend that Omega post-up. Ito, tignan natin. Jimboy quickly getting it up. Pero dito sa kabila, off a bad miss. Nat Montecillo tracking it down. Yun yung mga blessing sa ilalim.
That's just the activity of Montecillo. As you see that jumper by Kevin Santos. So it's really this group, this unit, yung nagbigay ng buhay para sa Letran.
That's right. Kevin Santos now in double figures for Letran. Ochago. They swing it back outside. Oftana on the drive. No, but there is a whistle and the foul. 2 shots coming up for Wilmar Oftana as we go back to our courtside reporter for a fourth quarter story. Nandito si Chantal Laude.
Martin and Enzo, better control and tougher defense. This is what Coach Alan Ricardo wants to see from the Letran Knights for this final quarter. They've already put a target on EAC General EJ Castillo. Paalala niya sa koponan, don't hesitate to block his shots and please stop his shooting momentum. Importante rin para sa koponan ang body language, not just for the Knights on court but also for those in the bench dahil malaki raw ang iniaambag ng enerhiya ng bawat isa. Muling paalala ni Coach before the fourth quarter began, watch out for the quick hitters. Yan lang galing sa panig ng Letran. Balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Chantal. Mamaya, we'll find out how they'll adjust to EJ Castillo when he checks back in. But I want to zoom in on the body language of this group for Letran. They're playing with intensity and with intention, purpose on the court.
Well, for Letran, there's really nothing much to adjust. They just have to take care of the basketball. And yun nga, yung body language, yung energy lang talaga. Yun lang yung kailangan nilang medyo i-correct. Kasi yung first group nila kanina, medyo nakabagsak yung balikat dahil nga they're struggling. Pero itong group na to, mas mataas yung energy.
Tabla tayo. 65 all. Omandak with the basket. So EAC counters. Montecillo. They swing it back outside to Nat. He scans the floor. Montecillo has 5. He pulls the trigger. No good. And they get it back. Wow! No. Rebound pulled down by Kinal. Ito na ang EAC. Omandak. Extra pass. Brian Angeles scores the reverse to give EAC the lead back 6-7 to 65.
And what about the second unit of EAC as well? Sharing the basketball very well. Si Omandak meron ng tira dun eh. Diba? Pero talagang willing siyang i-give up yung bola for a better shot.
Montecillo. Wow, from the top of the key. Kado malakas. 2 straight misses for Deo Guajao. EAC back in front here. Ochavo. Ochavo waits, looking for the clear out. He has Kevin Santos. Kinal, quick shot, no. Ochavo tracks it down. He was against Santos in that sequence. 7 on the 24 though. Kinal, the spin move. Ito na, si Montecillo.
Well, that's great defense for Letran in that possession. EAC had multiple chances pero na-cover nilang lahat, and that's great kasi yun yung hinihingi ni Coach Allen from his players.
Chad Gamad rabbles home the triple.
And what a time for Gamad to come alive. Badly needed yung mga ganang tira, especially ganito kadikit yung laban natin ngayon. And given na nagsastruggle talaga yung Letran ever since nag-start yung laro, that's a big shot for Gamad.
Big time shot. Igo Kinal still could not buy a basket. He is 0 out of 5 from long distance. Talking about Igo Kinal. Eto, yung panablanong umandak. And then the extra pass to the corner. Brian Angeles for the reverse. But for Letran, again, the retaliation came in the form of this Chad Gama triple. 1-point game. Jonathan Manalili is back on the floor for Letran. Manalili comes in with 9 points, 8 points, and 7 assists. Omega underneath.
And yes, you can flex Mark Omega. Talagang Jacob Shanoda is also a tough guy, a strong guy, and it's not easy to dislodge him.
Yeah. And EJ Castillo. This is going to be on Manalili. Happened in front of our official. Pero ito, they just fed MDO right here. Diba? Barreling his way through.
He looked like a one-man clearing operation.
That's true. Wala. Tapatan na ng puwersa to. A turnover for EAC. And this is what they don't want to happen. Kasi nakuha na ulit nila yung momentum kanina, Renzo.
Well, ito yung hinihingi ni Coach Gerson from his team, no? Na talagang nag-start sila ng maayos, ng maganda, pero they have to maintain it, eh. Kailangan tapusin nila, kailangan maging consistent sila.
Manalili. It stays with Letran.
6 seconds on the shot clock.
With 6 on their clock, but you saw Oftana give Manalili some space there, daring him to shoot. Because today Manalili hasn't hit a three-pointer.
Well, I think based on their scouting report, I think yun yung area and yun yung tira na willing silang ibigay para dito kay Titing Manalili.
Kumbaga, they'll just take away his drives and force him to live outside. Shot clock violation. Turnover number 20 for Letran. EAC down by 3 with 3.5 remaining in our ball game. Lucero against Buensalida. Again, quickness advantage for Lucero here. Teo Lucero. Castillo. Bagay had to adjust. Agawan ng bola. Agawan pa rin.
Jump ball. Possession 14 Letran.
So Letran will have it. Eto, Jude Bagay forcing this shot. And he was also forced to adjust by the defense.
But that was a great challenge by Titing Manalili, eh. Hindi sumuko dun sa play na yun. Libreng-libre na si Bagay, pero hinabol niya pa rin.
Gama lets it fly and knocks down another long bomb.
And I think this is the biggest lead for Letran in this game. And again, what a time for Gama to really break out. Talagang big shots, eh. Big shots galing sa kanya.
Chad Gama coming alive in the fourth, knocking down 2 big threes off the catch. The Phil Canadian sharpshooter. delivers the goods.
And both his shots are contested, heavily contested. He had a hand on his face, but still able to make it.
Meron dating, as we see this technical free throw, natawagan ng flop. Itong Letran Knights, EJ connects. Hindi ko alam kung naalala mo si Zach Nichols.
Of course, for Arellano.
The Phil-Canadian gunslinger of Arellano. Yun yung tawag sa kanya because he was the designated shooter.
And yung release ni Zach Nichols, napakabilis. Talagang hindi mo na mahabol. And Zach Nichols is around 6'2", 6'3". So it's really hard to challenge him.
Parang Clay Thompson, ano?
Plus yung guards pa nila noon is Ken Salado, Gio Halalon. So
malilibre at malilibre ka talaga. Because those two guys really attract the defense. 73 to 68. Turnover para sa EAC. You saw an exchange of words between the EAC players. Roque from the corner. Roque underneath. The reposition by June Roque.
And dito magkakaroon ng problema yung EAC. They've played really well first 3 quarters, and this is not the time for them to all of a sudden biglang mag-commit ng maraming turnovers and magkaroon ng mga miscue on the defensive end.
They've fallen into a major dry spell. Talking about the EAC Generals. And now we proceed to the final 2 minutes. Jump ball now. It goes back to EAC. They pressure Titing Manalili. The relocation and the reposition by June Roque. What a cut underneath. And the find by MDO. Letran is ahead big, 75-68. Balik sa ating laban. Icebreaker muna tayo. Ayan, Cuticam. EAC students watching. Letran students are here as well, enjoying some Sunday NCAA action. Thank you. And it's turning out to be an exciting finish between EAC and Letran. EAC 5 puntos pa lang sa 4th quarter, Renzo.
And yun yung maganda for Letran, despite the struggles, despite the turnovers, pagdating kasi sa depensa, madiin din sila eh. Talagang na-contain din nila yung ibang guys, except itong si Castillo, of course. Pero ano nga eh, talagang nandun lang sila sa game. 1 possession, 2 possessions lang yung lamang ng EAC sa kanila the entire game. Kaya sobrang bilis na makuha yung kalamangan.
But this is far from over. Last 2 minutes. EJ with 23 points today. Rivers drops in. So EAC gets exactly what they wanted after the timeout, which was a quick basket.
And that's a tough look for Castillo. Sobrang sikip na no. Nakita niya pa si Lucero. And what a great finish for Lucero as well.
Assist number 5 for Castillo. MDO makes the catch. And here's the help. They pressure Omega. Manalili makes his move. Gamat for 3. Kaboom! Chad Gamat with his 3rd triple in the final quarter.
What a great recovery for Letran. Almost a turnover, but still managed to find Gamat on the right corner for that 3-pointer.
Chad Gamat coming up big in the 4th. 3rd 3-point make for Chad Gamat for a total of 11 points in the game. Such a clutch performer And that's what you want if you are a Letran player and you're in this Letran team. You're still finding gems at this later stage of the competition.
Well, of course, Gamad is a known shooter, but grabe yung yung tinitira niya ngayon in this game. Talagang clutch, talagang big threes. And what a way for Manalili to find Gamad doon sa right corner na yun.
Jude Bagay taking care of the second free throw, so it's a 7-point game with 72 seconds left. Omega. Oh, naiwanan! Jude Roque with a two-hand put down. And the exclamation point for the Letran Knights. EAC in trouble. They fell asleep defensively in the previous play. Omega. Forward pass for this June Roque throwdown.
And this is just heartbreaking for EAC. Kasi first 3 quarters and yung start ng 4th quarter, napakaganda ng nilalaro nila. But again, yung hinihingi ni Coach Gerson sa kanila na consistency, medyo nagkaroon sila ng problema dun sa dulo eh. Yung pinaka-importanting part ng game, dun sila nagkaroon ng problema, dun sila bumitaw.
They started this 3rd quarter ahead. Abante pa sila, 4 na puntos. But then, Letran turned the tables. And it was that lineup of Montecillo, Omega, Estrada that started everything again for the Letran Knights. And they never looked up. They outscored the EAC. They've outscored them so far, 21-8. As Lucero misses both. And Letran just needs to melt the clock. Manalili pulls back. Right thing to do. Manalili. Rebound for Lucero. Deo Lucero zooms to the cup. 7-point game. EAC needs a steal.
They really need to apply pressure and force Letran to commit more turnovers.
Oh, they almost do. But there's a foul.
But again, I want to commend Letran for playing great defense. Despite the struggles offensively, despite yung ibang players struggling on offense, talagang yung defense hindi nila pinabayaan eh. Talagang hindi sila sumuko, hindi sila nawalan ng kumpiyansa, hindi bumaba yung energy nila. So you really have to commend the whole Letran squad, and special mention syempre dun sa second unit nila na nagbigay ng buhay.
Pero Renzo, I initially said EAC needs a steal. Medyo napaganda pa. Kasi mukhang natawagan ng foul si Mark Denver Omega bago pa i-inbound yung bola. So MDO fouls out. He finishes the game with 9 points. 9 points, 2 rebounds. And the EAC will have the basketball. So a chance to still make a game out of it if you're EAC.
Yes, EAC is in a much better situation na imbes na ma-steal nila, inbound sila ngayon, meron silang play for a better, they can create something na para makakuha ng magandang tira, para makahabol pa sa laro na to.
But they need a quick one again. Again, time not on their side. It's an 11-second difference between the shot and the game clock. Lucero, ganda ng depensa ng Gamad. They send it to Kinal. Kinal throws it up. smothering defense played by Letran, suffocating EAC and forcing them to take a heavily contested shot. 14 seconds left. $80-73. We're still in the fourth quarter with 14.4 seconds remaining. EAC had a chance to make it a two-possession game. Pero Letran was ready. They locked down defensively, forcing EAC to a contested look. And it looks like we're just waiting for the final score. You know, unless Letran turns it over. Oh, bagsak si Shanoda. Quick foul given up by EAC. So, wala pa sa penalty ang mga General.
And I think they have one more foul to give. Talking about the Generals. Or, yeah, one more.
Manalili to trigger this one in. And this is another foul right before the inbound. .8 seconds remaining. So we'll head back to the monitors for this review. They called the foul. I'm looking at Brian Angeles here. Dinidikitan itong si June Roque.
Well, there was clearly a foul, but
okay, so Renzo, this is gonna be a foul, but because it happened right before the inbound, they'll grant a free throw plus the bonus possession for Letran.
yes, and yun yung ano yun yung rule na hindi mo pwede talaga foulin kapag hindi pa na i-inbound. I think it can't be a common foul kapag hindi pa na i-inbound yung bola.
Okay, so Roque needs to take the free throw. 12 segundo na lang ang natitira sa atin dito. Meron pang konting kulay between Angeles and Roque. June with 15 points. Talking about breakout performances. This is the breakout performance for June Roque in season 101. A season high 15 points for Roque. And Letran will just let this one play out.
And what a way for Roque to be back for Letran. Talagang napakaganda ng timing. Kasi papunta na tayo ng playoffs. Tapos, ito pa yung time na nakabalik na rin si Roque sa 100% niya. So, this is another weapon that Letran can really use. And nakakatakot to for the rest of the teams na makakaharap pa nila.
And again, if you've been watching the NCAA, especially in the past, actually any collegiate league, once we go to the playoffs, you'll need that next level. You'll need that second gear to let your team go the distance.
Oh, and Letran yung isa sa mga team na very capable of that another layer sa team nila.
Kaya nakakatakot itong Letran Knights. Again, they could still make it to the top 2 in Group B. They're not out of it just yet. So, china-challenge nila itong Benil Blazers at ang San Beda Red Lions, and San Beda is gonna be their next opponent for their final game in the elimination round.
Well, for Letran, alam naman natin kung gaano kalalim yung team na to. So, even if hindi sila umabot doon sa number 2 spot, even if wala silang twice to beat advantage in the next round, pero yung pagbalik ni June Roque sa kanila, I think kahit sinong makalaban nila, kayang-kaya nila eh.
You're right. At yung nasa kabilang team, kasi magko-crossover po tayo. Pagdating natin ang quarterfinals, mag-iisip. Right now, it's Perpetual and Mapua positioned at number 1 and number 2. But now, you'll really have to go for the number 1 spot.
Oh, of course, you want to avoid Letran, of course.
Kasi baka madehado ka pagdating sa quarterfinals, although those teams are really good. Lucero, Omanda backs up, pulls the trigger, and that's all she wrote. The Knights bounce back and use a big fourth quarter to take home the win. The final score is 82-73 in favor of the Letran Knights. They get their 7th win in season 101. And the best player of the game is June Roque, scoring 15 points in the contest. What a performance. Season high for June Roque. And again, we've been mentioning this. What a day for them to have that kind of performance from June Roque, a guy that, you know, we're used to seeing as the main guy. Used to be with Perpetual, mythical 5-member, now with a deep Letran team. Pero ito, this adds a whole new dimension on this Letran squad as we listen to their school hymn. It's a big win for the Letran Knights to get back to their winning ways here in Season 101. The final score is 82-73. You guys are seeing that on your screens. We're not yet done though. We're just beginning our post-game coverage. When we return, we'll talk to Coach Allen Ricardo. Nagbabalik tayo sa ating coverage ng NCAA Season 101 and Letran winning it by 9 over EAC in our second game today. Martin Javier kasama po si Renzo Navarro dito sa ating coverage with our winning head coach, Coach Allen Ricardo. Coach, congratulations on this
win. Thank you, Coach Lorenzo.
Coach Lorenzo. Grabe yun. Okay, may future
Yeah.
Coach, congratulations. But you know, this win did not come easy. Wasn't easy at all for you guys. You had to grind this one out. But just talk about the character of this team. Kasi parang iba-ibang timpla yung nakikita natin sa court kada lineup na dinedeploy mo.
Yeah, of course. Siyempre, we're trying to get better going to the playoffs. So malapit na yun. So meron pa kami isang game versus San Beda. We're just trying to get better. Hanap pa ng ibang kombinasyon and trying to give a break dun sa mga tumatrabaho sa ensayo.
Coach, how do you handle this lineup? Obviously, this wasn't the ideal game for Jonathan Manalili. Of course, he's had the freedom in the past few games and he's given you success. How do you handle that situation? At paano mo pinipili kung sino yung gusto mong gamitin na po pwedeng makapag-provide ng solution sa court?
Nag-start yan sa practice talaga eh. So, kung sino, lahat naman sila hard workers sa ensayo. So, trying to give credit to them, you know, at suklian nila yung, you know, binibigay ko sa kanilang opportunity.
Ito, Coach, you outscored EAC. Bago bigay kay Renzo, 23-10 in that fourth quarter. What were the instructions during the quarter break na kaya nagkaroon ng adjustment sa depensa niyo?
We have to, you know, solidify our defense. You know, that's number one. At least ilimit namin yung kalaban namin to 15 points pababa. Kasi based on the overall stats, medyo ang taas ng binibigay namin. But again, it's a process. You know, kailangan trabahuin namin yun. Kailangan maintindihan ng mga bata yun. It's not just about scoring, but, you know, how you defend. You know, limit the offensive rebounds, you know, to one shot and then, you know, have an opportunity, you know, going to our offense.
Coach, obviously, we have to give credit to EAC for playing very well.
Yeah.
Especially nung start nila, pinahirapan nila kayo. Pero ano yung vibe dun sa bench, dun sa dugout, ano yung mga sinasabi mo sa kanila na talagang nakita namin yung composure nyo eh. Kahit malaki yung lamang ng EAC, nagsastruggle kayo, nandun lang sila sa laro.
Again, we have to embrace the challenges. You know, yung mga ganyang adversity, bas dyan sila mag-i-improve sa decision making nila, how to break the defense, you know, how to decide on our offense. So that's a part of the process. So we'll go back and study the film, what went good, what went wrong.
Coach, kanina pa namin pinag-uusapan, breakout game to para kay June Roque, who is, trying to find himself dito sa NCAA. This is a former Mythical 5 member when he was with Perpetual, and this gives you, an extra dimension as a team, different dynamic as a team now that he's breaking out like this. Paano mo i-describe yung naging performance niya ngayong araw na to, at paano yan makakatulong, lalong-lalo na ngayon, Coach, crucial stage na tayo ng competition natin?
Well, bumawi lang din si June. Kung babalikan namin yung game namin versus CSB, despite of having that game, I mean, medyo hindi maganda yung offense din namin at the same time, pero nandun pa rin kami sa game because of our defense. But syempre may mga breaks of the game, and na-appreciate ko si June the last game. Ang dami niyang deflections resulting into steal and then fast break, but hindi namin na-convert yun. So that's a crucial point dun sa game namin na yun. So sabi niya sa akin kagabi when we had that practice, Coach, ano ba yung tama akong ginawa tsaka mali kong ginawa? Actually, June, okay ka naman. It's all about having breaks of the game lang that CSB. Sayang, but nandyan na yan. Siguro baka may binibigay si Lord sa atin na mas maganda.
Okay. Coach, sige, Renzo.
Well, Coach, obviously, Coach, it has been Manalili and Estrada for you the entire season. Pero in this game, medyo maganda yung naging coverage ng EAC eh. Anong masasabi mo naman kay Montesillo and kay Gamad?
Yun, sila yung next man na to step up. Talagang pagka, syempre, off si Jonathan, nandyan I have Nathan Montesillo, I have Peter Rosillo. Pagka off naman si Estrada, nandyan si Chad Gamad, nandyan si Lex Gasingan, Deo Cuahaw, June Roque. So it's all about giving them such break at nasuklian naman nila dito sa game na to.
Coach, hopping on that, that question came off a great point guard in Renzo Navarro. Coach, ikaw point guard din ang laruan mo nung araw. Sinabi yan sa atin, binuking ka ni Coach Hammer dati. Dito sa lineup mo, meron kang iba-ibang point guards, iba-ibang mode. Manalili, meron kang Montesillo is more of, the traditional point. Meron ka pang Peter Rosillo. How do you determine, number one, what you need in a game? And number two, how do you keep everybody happy? Kasi syempre, yan yung isa pang challenge as a head coach ng lineup na to.
Yung going back to your question, number one, it depends kung ano yung personnel ng kalaban. So, minamatcha pa namin yun. It depends kung ano yung kailangan din namin. Paano namin i-counter yung offense at defense nila. Secondly, paano sila nagiging masaya despite of, syempre, iba pa rin yung naglalaro ka. I mean, di ba?
Yeah.
Iba yung moral support, iba yung efficient ka inside the court. It's all about understanding, yung giving up your ego and then support your teammates, support your coaches. Kasi, syempre, again, basketball is a, team game. So you have to understand different situations na pag ikaw naman yung nabigyan ng break, supportahan mo lang yung kasama mo. Ganun din, sooner, pag ikaw naman yung nandun sa stage na yun, susuportahan ka naman din. And that what happened today. And ang ganda ng body language ng mga bata. Kahit na, si Peter hindi ko nagamit, pero nandun yung moral support niya na sinuportahan niya si Montesillo na sa'yo yan.
Okay.
Hindi kita pakikialaman yan.
Coach, one last, bago kita pabatiin dito. Last game is against the San Pedro Red Lions. That's a rivalry game, Coach. You throw out the numbers out of the window and you just play it. Okay, how are you approaching that? Any extra preparations leading up to that? Meron ka pang 1 week pa yata. 1 week to prepare for that game.
I guess it's all about mental game.
Yeah.
Nandiyan naman na yung strategy eh. Pero, kailangan mag-usap pa kami how to limit those, key players. Lalo na ngayon, ang ganda din tinatakbo na San Beda. So, we just have to limit their scoring output para, we have a good chance, better chance of winning versus them.
Abangan namin si Coach Allen dito sa audience area sa laban ng San Beda next time, scouting. We've seen that twice already here in the season, and we expect him to be back here, of course, hands-on with the scouting on their next opponent. Coach, chance mo nang batiin yung mga nanonood sa inyo.
Sa lahat ng mga Letranista, maraming salamat po sa walang sawang pagsuporta sa amin. Binabati ko rin po si Boss Frank Lau and Boss Jacob Lau, Father Rector, Father Bicalbo, at yung family ko is watching on us. Maraming salamat at huwag po kayo magsawang sumuporta sa Team Letran. Maraming salamat.
Good crowd today para sa mga Letranista, Coach. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Marge. Coach, thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Coach Renzo na pala to,
Congrats,
no?
Coach.
Ano ka na, binless ka na, pare. Inanoint ka na ni Coach Allen Ricardo dito. But that's Coach Allen Ricardo, and again, they get the big win over EAC today, 82-73. Let's go to a quick break. On the other side, mga player naman ni Coach Allen yung kakausapin natin. Welcome back to the coverage. 82-73 final score between EAC and Letran, with the Knights taking home the W. Nandito pa rin tayo sa ating post-game coverage. Martin Avia, Renzo Navarro. Now with our best player of the game as promised. 15 points today off the bench. Ang pinakahihintay na tatawagin ko bang breakout performance? Sige, sa season 101 at least. June Roque with 15 points. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, pakiramdam muna na nakuha mo ulit yung laro mo, yung big-time scoring output na hinahanap mo dito sa ating season.
Sobrang saya kasi kahit galing ako sa injury, yung tiwala ng mga coaches ko, pati yung mga players, buo pa rin. Binibigyan lagi nila akong kumpiyansa.
Talk about that journey from your injury up to this point. How are you? Are you 100% already? And ano yung mga challenges na na-encounter mo nung bumabalik ka dito sa laro mo?
Siguro yun nga yung pagiging unhealthy sa game kasi yun nga galing injury. So far getting better na ako, yung naging 100% healthy na ako. Tapos yung struggle ko yun masyadong yung parang out of shape ako sa katawan. Kasi galing nga sa injury.
Oo, kasi wala ka masyadong laro eh, di ba? Tsaka wala ka masyadong physical activity. Pero bukang 100% ka na. Kita mo naman to. Outlet pass, the leak out. Ito. How good did this one feel? Ito, makandang ko ulit. Two-handed in transition and you own the moment.
Yun nga, balik kumpiyansa na eh. Kasi parang yung nakaraan, ganun. Balik, na yung loob ko sa NCAA, bumalik na ulit.
Bumalik na. Yun nakakatakot for the rest of the league. Renzo.
Punta naman natin yung game kanina, no? Paano mo tinatanggap yung role mo dito sa Letran? Kasi obviously, Titing Manalili ang may hawak ng bola niyan. Pupwesto ka, bibigyan ka ng... Paano mo tinatanggap yung role na yun? Siyempre, sanay ka na, na may bola rin talaga. Pero para sa Letran, para sa team mo ngayon, paano mo tinatanggap yung role mo?
Yun, lagi din ako kinakausap ng mga coaches na yun, yung acceptance ba, para naman sa team eh. Hindi naman para sa akin, sa team naman. Yung goal namin, para makuha yung goal namin.
Kasi kaya namin yan, kaya tinanong yan ni Renzo, you're coming off Mythical 5 dito sa NCAA and you're going into a deep team like Letran. So medyo expected na mababawasan yung playing time. Just describe to us from a leading scorer to now. Are you comfortable with this role given to you by Coach Allen?
Siguro yung ano na to pagiging veterano ko na sa liga, yung kumbaga leadership na lang yung para may share ko sa mga baguhan, sa mga rookies namin. Yun lang.
Okay. Ngayon, kamusta naman yung samahan nyo as a team? Kasi nakikita natin, lalong-lalo na sa mga laban, you've had slow starts in the game, yung hanggang third quarter, dikitan. In this case, you were down by 4 going into the fourth quarter and then you turned it up in the fourth frame. Kamusta yung samahan ninyo at paano yung nagre-reflect sa court?
Lagi kami nag-uusap-usap kasi yung team. Last time natalo kami, nag-meeting kami. Yun, may pag-asa pa naman kasi bago yung format ng NCAA ngayon. Tapos yun, basta laban lang. Hanggat nandiyan si God, panalo naman palagi.
Pero kayo, anong pinag-uusapan nyo? Down tayo, fourth quarter na. Anong pinag-uusapan nyo para makabalik kayo?
Yun lang, push lang palagi. Kasi malayo pa naman di ba, tulad ng sinasabi ng mga coaches. Hanggat may oras, laban lang.
Tatanungin ko rin sa'yo, yung laban ninyo, huling laban ninyo ng classification round against the San Beda Red Lions as a player who is now integrated into the Letran culture. May extra motivation ba yan? Talagang naka-circle ba yan sa schedule ninyo?
Siguro ito yung panalo namin na dadali namin pa Beda. Kasi pag Beda Letran, alam mo naman, di ba? Yun, focus lang sa game tsaka sa game plan.
Okay. June, player of the game. Batiin mo na lahat ng nanonood sa inyo.
Siyempre, unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako sa Lord sa binigay niya sa akin sa breakout game ko na to and sa pagbalik ko sa NCAA ulit and sa mama-papa ko, kay Ate Jelay, tsaka kay Boss Hans, kay Boss Frank, kay Boss Dennis Delta Pineda.
Much awaited breakout performance today for June Roque of the Letran Knights. Congratulations, but we're not yet done. We're just getting started with the players. Ngayon, kakausapin natin, Deo Cuao kasama ni Chantal Laude. Chantal?
Salamat, Martin. Kasama ko nga ngayon si Deo Cuao all the way from Mitsayap, North Cotabato. Bati ka naman muna sa mga taga-probinsya nyo, Deo.
Kumusta sa mga taga-Mitsayap dia? Kita-kits sa pun.
Ano namang ibig sabihin nun, Deo? Para makarelate kami.
Kita-kits tayo, sunod.
So, kita-kits daw sa sunod. Baka bibisita dyan si Deo. Pero Deo, congratulations! Alam mo, kanina naman nakakwentuhan kita. And sa mga viewers natin, for sure, naririnig nyo kanina pa, si Deo was scoreless in his last game against the Benil Blazers. Pero he was able to bounce back good for this game. Anong naging inspiration mo, Deo, na naging posible to?
Siyempre, ayoko na, yun yung pinaka iniiwasan ko yung kahit lahat naman ng player maging scoreless ka kasi parang sayang ang tiwala ng coaches sa'yo. Kaya sabi ko sa isip-isipan ko, di ko na kinausap sila coach. Sabi ko, babawi na lang ako, action ang una lang.
So, man of action, not just words pala si Deo. Alam nyo kasi mga ka-NCAA, kanina nangaasar tong si Deo. Sabi ko, first time mo bang umupo dito sa interview chair? Sabi niya, oo, first time ko. Kasi madalas daw andun siya lagi ini-interview sa panel.
Hindi naman lagi.
So, madalas.
First time.
So, alam niya talaga na good player siya. Pero Deo, syempre, you're a good contributor for the team. At marami nga siguro nagulat dun sa huli niyong laro. What keeps you going? Ano yung biggest motivating factor mo, lalo na ngayon na kwento mo that it's your last playing year?
Palagi ko lang sinisipagan sa ensayo. Yung mga di nakikita sa camera, sinisipagan ko yung mga maliliit na bagay. Kasi iniisip ko na lang maraming nanonood sa akin, marami ako na-inspire na mga bata, kaya ganun yung motivasyon ko araw-araw.
Nakakatuwa naman yun. Iniisip rin Deo na meron siya mga na-inspire na mga bata na for sure, lalo na all the way from Mindanao, merong mga nanonood kay Deo na patuloy nga nagiging inspiration siya. And Deo, syempre, patuloy-tuloy ang laro natin sa NCAA and yung next nyong laro, aabangan yan. Sabi mo nga kanina, magiging bakbakan yon. Paano ka magpre-prepara para sa laro nyo against your long rival na San Beda Red Lions?
Ano naman kasi, alam naman ng lahat yan. Kahit sa Letranista, matalo na sa lahat, huwag na San Beda.
Ganun pala yun, matalo na sa lahat, huwag lang sa San Beda. Pero Deo, syempre, kanina na banggit mo rin sa akin na isa sa mga pinaka-close. Tinanong ko kasi siya sino bang mga kaklose niya sa team niya kasi maganda yung samahan nila eh. Kanina dun sa loob, kada may makakashoot, kahit na lamang pa yung kabilang koponan, ang ganda ng enerhiya mula sa ating bench. And nabanggit kanina ni Deo na close silang lahat kasi nasa isa nga silang dorm. So Deo, kwento mo naman sa amin, ano ba yung mga iba't iba yung bondings na talagang nakakatulong sa inyo to keep having that good chemistry on court?
Kami kasi close kami lahat eh kasi wala kaming, kinukunan kami ng cellphone eh. Kaya the day before the game, kinukuha kami ng cellphone kaya ang ginagawa namin, may TV ako, may TV din si Jimboy. Ginagawa namin sa dorm, lahat kami doon, nanonood kami ng horror paragi. Horror talaga yun para sinasabi ko sa kanila, matakot tayo ngayon para bukas wala.
Ganun pala yun. Kaya pala ang taas ng intensity and energy, wala pala silang choice kundi mag-bonding. So Deo, ang ganda ng nilaro mo kanina, kaya naman it's your time to keep on showing everyone that's supporting you, your love. And of course, shoutout mo na yung mga tao sumusuporta sa'yo.
Unang-una, pasalamat kami sa Panginoon na binigay kami ng lakas sa larong ito. Tsaka sa family ko dyan sa Davao, sa jowa ko sa Davao. At tsaka sa mga fathers at sa Letran, tsaka kay na Boss Frank, tsaka kay na Boss Jacob, tsaka kay RCG Sportswear, tsaka kay Boss JP na nandito. Sa madam namin kay Boss. Yun lang po.
Salamat Deo and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Balik sa inyo, Martin and Enzo.
Thanks, Chantal. Hindi ba pag nanonood ka ng horror, imbes na mawala yung takot mo, makatulog yung mawala sa'yo eh. Hindi ka makakatulog sa gabing yon. But Deo Cuajao with a bounce-back performance today for the Letran Knights. And we have here, it's my first time interviewing this guy, Phil Canadian, Chad Gamad, who came up with big baskets for Letran down the stretch, especially in that fourth frame. Congratulations, Chad.
Thank you po.
Is your first time here?
Opo, first time.
niya. Okay. Sabi niya, nagtatagalog daw siya. Okay, you grew up in Canada?
Opo.
Okay.
Ay, hindi po. Sa Taytay Rizal.
Sa Taytay? Oh,
And then I went to Canada po, mga 10 years old naman.
10 years old. Okay, by the way, Chad just turned 18 years old. Last October 30. Tama. So, he actually spent the first half of the season as a 17-year-old. How did you do that? And what was it like going up against grown men here in college when you as a 17-year-old?
Yung first half po ng season, parang nag-struggle po ako kasi parang hindi ko pa po get yung intensity sa NC. Pero as the game continue po, parang nasanay na po ako na maglaro dito.
Grabe naman yan. You had 11 points today. You scored 9 of your 11 in that fourth quarter. All three-pointers, big three-pointers. What was going through your head? Because we've seen you inserted in the starting lineup and not play again. And then back in the fourth quarter. Bakit kahit ganun yung playing time mo, kumbaga stay ready ka at saka dagdag ko na, ano yung naglalaro sa isip mo when you hit these shots in the fourth?
Parang wala po akong iniisip kapag nasa court ako kasi parang yung distraction na nasa isip ko parang nawawala kapag naglalaro ako ng basketball. Ayun lang.
Chad, what can you say about your point guards? Obviously, alam naman natin na rookie ka, 18 years old ka pa lang, but what can you say about Ting Manalili and Montesillo na hinahanap ka pa rin kahit yung mga crunch time, yung mga crucial moments, ikaw yung hinahanap nila and hindi mo naman sila pinahiya, but what can you say about them?
Parang mga kuya ko na po yun eh, and they really trust me po kasi parang ayun lang po, parang yung trust namin talaga. Kahit off night ko, pinapasahan pa rin ako. Yun lang po.
May question ako. So, saan ka masanay? Siyempre, hanggang 10 years old, nagbabasketball ka na dito sa Pilipinas. And then you got familiarized with Canadian basketball. How would you compare the two?
Sa Pilipinas po, parang yung depensa talaga po mas intense. Talagang yung detail namin sa depensa parang mas detailed unlike back in Canada. But it depends because hindi ko pa alam yung parang college level din sa Canada kasi dumiretso po ako dito.
Sino nag-recruit sa'yo? Si Kelvin ba? De La Peña?
Sa Letran po. Si Coach Alan po.
Coach Alan? Hindi, sa Canada.
Ay.
Naging coach ba si Coach Kelvin? Hindi.
Hindi po.
Okay, hindi. Kasi of course, Coach Kelvin, former MVP here in the NCAA, is in charge of many programs, Filipino-Canadian programs there. But how are you, adjusting here to the life? Sino yung nagiging mentor mo dyan sa Letran?
Lahat po ng teammates ko kasi talagang close po kami. Yung sinabi nga ni Deo po, yung kinukuha yung cellphone namin, doon talaga po kami.
Okay.
Horror movie po before game time. Ayun, doon talaga po kami parang naging close.
Talaga?
Oo.
Hindi kayo nakakatakot yun, ha?
Hindi naman po.
Mas nakakapuyat. Okay. So, right now, you are part of this Deep Letran team. Any pressure for you to perform? I bet it's hard for an 18-year-old to take on this kind of pressure because this is a bigger stage in basketball here in the Philippines. So, ikaw ba, medyo nape-pressure ka ba to perform, especially Coach Allen inserts you in the starting lineup?
Opo, ang dami talagang pressure sa akin pero po yung trust ko talaga kay Coach, parang nawawala yung pressure kapag tinatawag ako na maglaro.
Okay. Chad, because you're here in the broadcast booth, your chance to greet everybody watching you right now.
First of all po, thank you Lord na nanalo kami po at shoutout po sa tatay ko, #1 fan sa Canada. Pati yung family ko po, nanay ko, lola, pati sister ko po. At shoutout po sa Kabagan, Isabela po. Doon po ako lumaki. At shoutout Boss JP, yun dyan. Yun lang po.
Saan ka base sa Canada? Which
Sa
area?
Vancouver po.
Vancouver. Okay. So that's Chad Gama, the 11 points today, 9 in the fourth quarter, and providing some big baskets down the stretch to help Letran secure their 7th win of the season. Now, we'll talk to Jonathan Manalili, kasama ni Chantal. Go ahead, Chantal.
Salamat, Martin. Kasama ko nga ngayon, one of the most consistent players of Letran Knights, ang Cebuano na si Titing Manalili. Titing, bati ka muna.
Maayong hapon dyan sa mga taga Cebu.
Yes, maayong hapon. Titing, kanina nga nabanggit ko, we're one of the most consistent players and siguro nga sanay ka na ini-interview yung ganito. Actually, mga ka-NCAA, hindi niya in-expect siguro na i-interview siya na kaya nagpalit na si Titing. Sabi niya pa kanina, okay lang ba yung suot ko? Pero Titing, going back sa iyong consistency, ano ba yung sikreto mo? Bakit continuously maganda yung laro mo? Parang wala kang bad games. Ano yung patuloy mong ginagawa?
Siguro hindi ko naman matawag na consistency siguro kasi nga on stats nakita ko naman talagang yun nga hindi ko in-expect na ako yung maano dito kasi nga ang kalat ko kanina, hindi ko ma-feel yung sarili ko na yun yung laro ko. Yun sabi ko lang naman di naman dito matatapos yung pagbabasketball ko, kumbaga may araw pa or may game pa para makabawi ako. And yun mag-prepare na lang ako para sa next game. Wala, iiwan ko na dito yung kung ano man yung nangyari.
Napaka-humble naman talaga ni Titing. Hindi niya daw naramdaman yon, pero meron po siyang 9 points. At hindi lang yan, 9 assists pa sa laro kanina. Pero Titing, syempre, isa ka sa mga inaasahan talaga. And kanina nga nabanggit mo na noong huling laro po ng Letran and EAC, October 11, nanood yung pamilya niya galing Cebu. Pero ngayong araw, hindi nakabisita yung pamilya mo. Pero hindi ka pa rin nagpatinag. Maganda pa rin yung laro mo. Ano ba yung ginagawa mo para for sure you keep your family as an inspiration kahit wala sila dito physically, kahit na malayo ka sa kanila?
Every game, every day, kahit practice, talagang inspiration yung family ko, lalo na yung mama at papa ko. Lagi ko lang sila iniisip. Ginagawa ko naman to para sa kanila. Siyempre, on me, para sa akin din to, pero yung besides or sa likod nun, sila yung kinukuha ng ulang lakas dahil ginagawa ko to para sa kanila.
Kanina nga, natanong ko si Titing, kailan ka ba huling nakabisita sa Cebu? Sabi niya medyo matagal na rin kasi locked-in talaga siya. Pero ngayon, huling katanungan namin sa'yo, Titing, natanong ko rin kanina dito si Deo. Paano kayo maghahanda sa sunod niyong laro na bakbakan against San Beda Red Lions?
Yun, alam naman natin lahat. Letran San Beda talagang duguan, syempre. Talagang, kumbaga pride sa sarili na, sa school. Talaga, yun nga, sabi nga ng karamihan na matalo na sa lahat, wag lang sa San Beda. Yun, balik kami sa ensayo, sabi ko naman kanina, yun, yung mga pagkakamali natin, tignan na lang natin sa viewing. And yun, sana di natin maulit. Amin rin naman ako sa sarili ko. Need ko rin mag-step up kasi nga San Beda, known, malakas talaga sila. And yun, paano kami makasabay sa kanila?
Salamat, Titing. For sure, maraming mag-aabang sa pag-step up mo na gagawin sa sunod yung laro. Pero sa ngayon, deserve mo munang mag-shoutout sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta sa'yo.
Unang-una kay Lord. Siyempre, di naman namin makukuha ko to kundi dahil sa kanya sa binibigay niyang lakas. And sa family ko sa Cebu, sa Manalili family, kay mama, kay papa, and sa mga ate ko, sa kuya ko, and sa mga taga-Kareta, taga-Lorega, Team Busog, siyempre kay Boss, 14BF, Boss Frank Lau, and kay Boss Jacob, and kay Maya. And yun, sa mga prof ko, sa alumni, sa Letran, and sa buong mga sumusuporta sa Letran, thank you.
Maraming salamat ulit, Titing. At syempre naman, balik muna tayo kay Morgan and Enzo.
Thanks, Chantal. Pinaka-nagulat ako dun sa prof, ano? Nasama dun sa bate. But you see the standard set by Jonathan Manalili as early as his rookie season. 9 points, 9 assists, but that's considered a subpar game para dito kay Jonathan Manalili kasi alam natin yung kaya niyang gawin.
Oh, he struggled for the most part of the game talagang. EAC covered him very well pero yun pa rin yung nabigay ng Jonathan Manalili.
That's right. So, more to come dito sa ating post-game coverage. Huwag kayong alis. Magbabalik po kami. To our post-game coverage. Dito sa laban ng Letran kontra EAC, it is Letran taking care of business here in our second game. Now we'll intro, kasi ang dami na nating highlight dito sa NCAA competition so far. We'll intro our awesome plays of the week in week number 4.
Get ready for an insane list of highlights that includes dunks, game-winning baskets, and career-defining moments. Here are the awesome plays of Week 4 in NCAA Season 101 Basketball. Starting us off at number 10.
Oh, here we go.
SJ Moore!
It's Benilde's high-flying rookie, SJ Moore, who reaches for the sky. Oh my! At number 9.
On Nitura, ito na si Lucero. Lucero! Wow! Wraparound by Deo Lucero.
Deo Lucero goes around the world for the crazy lay. Hey! Here at number 8.
Dalawa siyang mintis, pero on the other side, you can see him playing defense talaga. Ooh! Patrick Sleet erases that shot.
6'2" Patrick Sleet blocks the 6'6" Jomel Puno. Ooh! Get that out of here. Dito naman sa number 7.
Tinansya niya lang eh. Eh, layo pa eh.
Yung 52%, that's for the season. In this game, he's 80%. Oh my God!
Wow! Nagliyab ang mga kamay ni LPU Pirate Josh Moralejo. Mainit! Sa number 6.
Open. Okay lang.
Clint Escamis. Clint Escamis binalikan ang kanyang signature step-back jumper for 3. Para naman sa number 5,
Missed at the rim, and here comes JRU. Panapanaan for the win, yes!
Ivan Panapanaan nagpasabog ng isang game-winning buzzer-beating basket upang maibigay ang panalo sa Heavy Bombers. Ituloy natin sa number 4.
Forcing turnovers. Manalili. What a pass.
Santos with the dunk! Titig Manalili, nahanap si Kevin Santos para sa isang slam dunk. Raise the roof. Isa pang winning shot sa number 3.
8 remaining on the shot clock. Bola na kay Goho Cruz. MGC makes his move. Mark Goho Cruz!
Mark Goho Cruz, MGC, Air Gojo, giving his all to Perpetual, and it leads to another inspiring win. Here's another unbelievable shot at number 2.
Here's Junel. De La Rama will take this one himself. De La Rama for the lead. In and out, and in again!
Juniel De La Rama goes to the turnaround fadeaway jumper for the win. And for our number 1 play,
Boral to Goho Cruz. 7 on the shot clock. Boral for 3. JP Boral!
JP Boral hits the biggest shot of his collegiate career in triple overtime to help the Perpetual Altas prevail over the San Beda Red Lions. Now, wasn't that something? Stay tuned for more as NCAA Season 101 basketball continues.
A variety of awesome plays here in the NCAA. May magandang mga basa, high-flying dunks, buzzer beaters, game-winning baskets, and triple overtime like what you saw between Perpetual and San Beda. Kumpleto, Recados, dyan sa ating also plays of the week.
And I'm sure there's a lot more, pero kailangan lang natin pumili ng 10. Kaya yun lang yung mga napakita natin.
Meron pa yan. Pwede natin ipakita yung mga honorable mention. Ipapakita natin. But we'll go back into the action and begin the final stretch of our classification round of this matchup between Mapua and San Sebastian in our first game, November 18 at 11 a.m. And in the second game, this is a crucial one. Benilde versus JRU. Heavy Bombers right now at number 4. Benilde sitting at number 2. Renzo, thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you.
That was a great game between Letran and EAC. Won by the Letran Knights. A much-needed win for them to stay in the mix and to stay in contention for that twice-to-beat advantage going into the quarterfinals. So on behalf of the entire team, my partner here, Renzo Navarro, courtside reporter, nandyan si Chantal Laude. We also have our panel director here, Pacasenya. Floor director is Roy Tulio. Our game producer is it Manny Gabutina or R. Romano? I think it's Manny Gabutina. And of course, at the head is Direk Raul De Ocampo. This is Martin Javier saying thank you for joining us here in our coverage of NCAA Season 101. First game was won by Arellano over Perpetual. Second, Letran contra EAC. We'll wrap up the coverage right now, and we'll see you Tuesday for another set of games here in NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness.
Ito na ang biggest game ng iyong buhay. Together we'll be flying high. This is our league. This is a moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Tara na, magsama-sama. Dahil together, we own the future. This is our league. This is a moment.
Johawi Domingo and Ray Canadus coming in for the Wizards. Mohammad Jawari. Coming for Ray Benedict. and begins. Bonus free throw for the Letran Center. Two free throws for District Cardinal. Alex and James Restaurant. Coming in for the Pregame. Two free throws for Travis LeBlanc. but you have to the challenge of the Brigadier successful. Ball possession for the EAC Brigadiers. You figures for the well center. Chris Gonzalez coming in for the Brigadiers. Your free throws for Johanna Domingo. Coming in for the Spartans. At the end of three quarters, it's 59-57 for the EAC Brigadiers. 18 seconds on the shot clock. Shot clock at 14 seconds. His first 3 on his left. Upon review, ball possession for the Perpetual. 19 seconds on the shot clock. 50 minutes for women's block. Fourth foul on Postgame. To your feet, girls, for 20 tournament.